Hey guys, how are you all? In this channel, we create the fan fiction and story where small changes can rewrite the whole story. You already know that. If you enjoy this kind of amazing story, so must subscribe the channel for new upcoming video. Without wasting any time, now let's start the story.
Welcome, welcome. You're here at Hogwarts Tales. Today we present to you, what if Harry walked into Gringotts at age 11 and the Goblins revealed he owned half the wizarding world. Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Vault. Beneath the vault. The giant said his name was Hagrid, and Harry believed him, mostly because nobody that large had any reason to lie to a boy sleeping on a dirt floor. They'd left the rock in the storm. They'd taken the boat. Hagrid had fallen asleep on the underground train somewhere between London and whatever came next, snoring in a way that made the other passengers inch toward the far end of the car. Harry sat rigid in his seat, the letter still in his jacket pocket, reading it for the 11th time even though he'd memorized it by the third. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He folded it again and watched the tunnel light streak past. Magic was real. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. And the giant snoring beside him, leather coat, wild hair, hands like dinner plates, was apparently his escort into a world that had been hidden from him for 11 years. Harry touched the scar on his forehead without thinking about it. The morning was grey and damp when they came up from the station. London looked the same as ever, cabs and pigeons and people walking too fast, and Harry followed Hagrid down a side street he'd never have noticed on his own. The giant moved with surprising purpose for someone his size, weaving between dusty shop fronts and a bookmaker's with boards over its windows. Here we are, Hagrid said, stopping in front of a pub that seemed to exist in the gap between a record shop and a Thai restaurant. The sign read The Leaky Cauldron in paint so faded it was almost gone. People walked past without glancing at it. A woman with a pushchair nearly clipped Hagrid's elbow and didn't seem to register that she just brushed against a man the size of a wardrobe. They can't see it, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Hagrid looked down at him with something like approval. Sharp lad. No, muggles walk right past. Come on, then. The pub was dark and smelled like pipe smoke and old beer. A few people sat hunched at tables. The bartender, bald, stooped, missing a tooth, looked up when the door opened, and his face split into a grin. Hagrid. The usual. Not today, Tom. On official Hogwarts business. Hagrid put a hand on Harry's shoulder, gently, though it still nearly buckled his knees. Got a young man here needs his school things. Tom's eyes dropped to Harry. Then to the scar. The glass he'd been polishing slipped and he caught it an inch from the counter. Bless my soul, he whispered. Harry Potter. The pub went quiet. Every head turned. A chair scraped back somewhere in the gloom. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. They were all staring at him, a witch in a purple shawl, a man in a turban who flinched when their eyes met, two old warlocks by the fire who'd gone still with their pipes halfway to their mouths. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, Tom said, and his voice had gone thick. Welcome back. Then they were all on their feet, and Harry was shaking hands he couldn't count, names he couldn't track, everyone touching him, thanking him, some of them crying, and he didn't understand any of it. He shook hands and nodded and tried to smile while something inside him screamed, what did I do? What do they think I did? Hagrid rescued him eventually, steering him through a back door into a small courtyard with nothing in it but a brick wall and some dustbins. You're famous, Harry, Hagrid said, almost apologetically. Told ya. Everyone in our world knows your name. Because of Voldemort. Hagrid flinched like he'd been stung. Don't say the name. Why not? It's his name. Hagrid stared at him for a long moment, something working behind his dark eyes. Then he shook his head and turned to the wall. Right. Watch this. He tapped a brick, 3 up, 2 across, and the wall began to fold in on itself, bricks sliding and rearranging like a puzzle solving itself, until an archway stood where the wall had been. Diagon Alley opened before them. Harry forgot about the pub, the staring, the handshakes. He forgot about the Dursleys and the cupboard and the rock in the sea. The street was narrow and cobblestone and alive, shops stacked crookedly on top of each other, signs that moved, windows full of things he had no names for. A cauldron shop spilled its wares onto the pavement. An owl screeched from a perch outside a post office. Somewhere, someone was testing fireworks, and green sparks spiraled above the rooftops. "First things first," Hagrid said. "Gringotts." He pointed down the street toward a building that stood a head taller than everything around it. White marble, crooked as if it had been built by someone who didn't trust straight lines. Bronze doors gleamed in the grey morning light. "Wizarding Bank," Hagrid explained. "Run by goblins. Safest place in the world, fair anything ye want ter keep safe, 'cept maybe Hogwarts." They walked down the alley, and Harry tried not to gape at everything. He failed. A shop window displayed a broomstick on a velvet cushion, Nimbus 2000, and 3 boys about his age had their noses pressed against the glass. A woman in green robes haggled with a street vendor over the price of beetle eyes. The air smelled like cinnamon and something electric, like the moment before a thunderstorm. The bronze doors of Gringotts swung open as they approached. A goblin in a scarlet uniform stood to one side, barely 3 feet tall, long fingers, a sharp face that watched them with an expression Harry couldn't read. Not friendly. Not hostile. Assessing. Past the bronze doors, a second set, silver this time, bore an engraved warning, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." Harry read it as they passed. The message was clear enough: steal from us and you'll wish you hadn't. The main hall of Gringotts was enormous. A long marble counter ran the length of the room, and behind it, dozens of goblins sat on high stools, weighing coins, examining jewels, scratching in enormous ledgers with quills that moved almost too fast to follow. The ceiling was vaulted and distant. Everything echoed. Hagrid walked up to a free goblin and cleared his throat. "Mr. Harry Potter wishes to make a withdrawal." The goblin looked up. He had a thin face, even by goblin standards, and eyes like black glass. "Does Mr. Potter have his key?" Hagrid patted his coat pockets, frowning, then pulled out a small gold key with a look of relief. "Got it here somewhere. Ah, there ye go." The goblin took the key and examined it. Then his eyes moved to Harry, and something shifted in his expression. A flicker. Gone almost before Harry caught it. "One moment," the goblin said. He pressed something beneath the counter. Harry heard a faint chime, a sound like a glass bell struck once, and somewhere deeper in the bank, another chime answered it. "What's that about?" Harry whispered to Hagrid. "Dunno. Probably just procedure." It wasn't procedure. Harry could tell because 2 other goblins had looked up from their ledgers and were now watching them with the same unreadable expression. One of them slid off his stool and disappeared through a door behind the counter. The first goblin set the key down on the marble surface. "Mr. Potter, I must ask you to verify your identity. Standard protocol for accounts of this nature. A small blood verification. A drop on the parchment, nothing more." "Now hang on," Hagrid said, drawing himself up. "I've got his key right there, given to me by Professor Dumbledore himself. The key accesses Vault 687, the goblin said smoothly. "Trust Vault 687. A student access vault established by James and Lily Potter. We require verification for the other matter." "What other matter?" Hagrid's brow furrowed. The goblin's eyes hadn't left Harry. "I believe Mr. Potter should hear this in a more private setting. If you'll follow me." "I'll come along," Hagrid said immediately. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. The matter pertains to confidential Potter family accounts. Only the account holder or their designated representative may be present." Hagrid opened his mouth, closed it, then looked down at Harry with an expression caught between worry and helplessness. "Harry, I don't know about this. Dumbledore said take ya to your vault and, it's all right, Hagrid," Harry said. He wasn't sure why he said it. Something in the goblin's eyes, that flicker, told him this was important. "I'll go. You can wait here. I've also got a bit of business myself," Hagrid said reluctantly. He patted his coat where something bulged in an inside pocket. "Hogwarts business. Top secret. Vault 713. I'll sort that while you're in there. But if you're not out in half an hour, I'm comin' in." The goblin's expression suggested that no, he wouldn't be, but he said nothing. Harry followed the goblin through a door behind the counter, down a corridor lit by torches that burned without flickering, and into a room that was nothing like the grand hall. It was small, stone-walled, with a single table and 2 chairs. The table was bare except for a piece of parchment and a silver knife. The goblin closed the door. "Please sit, Mr. Potter." Harry sat. The chair was too tall for him, his feet dangling above the floor. He felt ridiculous and told himself it didn't matter. "My name is Griphook," the goblin said, taking the opposite chair. "I must apologize for the irregularity. When your key was presented, it triggered a flag in our system, a standing order placed by Director Ragnok himself. The order states that when Harry James Potter presents himself at Gringotts for the first time, he is to be brought to a private room for a full inheritance review before any vault access is granted." Harry stared at him. "Who's Director Ragnok?" "The head of Gringotts Bank. He oversees all operations across our 17 branches. And he left standing orders about me?" "He did." Griphook pushed the parchment and knife across the table. "The blood verification, Mr. Potter. 3 drops on the parchment. It will confirm your identity and generate a summary of your holdings." Harry looked at the knife. It was small and very sharp. "It's just a prick," Griphook said. "The blade is enchanted. You won't feel it." Harry picked up the knife. He pressed it to his left index finger and felt nothing, no pain, no pressure, but when he pulled the blade away, a bead of blood welled up, deep red and perfectly round. He held his finger over the parchment and let 3 drops fall. The blood soaked into the parchment and vanished. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the parchment began to write itself. Not quickly. Not all at once. Words appeared like they were being drawn by an invisible hand, careful, deliberate script in dark ink that hadn't been there a second ago. Harry leaned forward. Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980. Blood status, half-blood father, James Flemont Potter, deceased, mother, Lily Potter née Evans, deceased, that much he'd expected. But the parchment kept writing. Heir by blood, the most ancient and noble house of Potter, the most ancient and noble house of Black, designated heir via godfather Sirius Orion Black, executed by blood right, 1981, the most ancient and noble house of Peveril, through patrilineal descent. Harry's mouth had gone dry. I don't understand. The House of Black. The Peverils? Keep reading, Griphook said quietly. Holdings, House Potter, Vault 687, Trust, 50,000 galleons. Vault 4, Family, 12,847,936 galleons. Assorted artifacts, documents. Potter Manor, Godric's Hollow, destroyed. Land retained, Potter Cottage, Yorkshire. 14 commercial properties, Diagon Alley. Controlling interest, daily profit, 38%. Controlling interest, Nimbus Racing Broom Company, 22%. Seats, Wisengamot, 2 hereditary. The parchment kept going. Harry read it with his heart beating somewhere in his throat. Holdings, House Black, Vault 711, Family, 8,221,402 galleons. Assorted cursed objects, documents. 12, Grimmauld Place, London. Black Estate, Wiltshire. 9 commercial properties, Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Controlling interest, Flourish and Blots, 17%. Minority holdings in 14 additional businesses seats, Wisengamot, 3 hereditary holdings, House Peveril, Vault 1, Ancient, contents sealed. Requires physical presence of heir. Peveril Keep, location under Fidelius Historical Claim, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, founding family, non-operational, ceremonial, seats, Wisengamot, 1 hereditary, dormant since 1614, the parchment finally stopped writing. At the bottom, in slightly different script, it added, total liquid assets, approximately 21,400,000 galleons total Wisengamot seats, 6 note, multiple irregularities detected. Unauthorized withdrawals from Vault 4 and Vault 711 since November 1981. Full audit recommended. Harry read the last line 3 times. The room was very quiet. Somewhere deep in the bank, he could hear the distant rumble of a cart on rails. 21 million galleons, Harry said. His voice sounded strange to him. Approximately, Griphook confirmed. The figure is imprecise because several investments haven't been valued since your parents' death. The actual total is likely higher. And the daily profit. The newspaper. I own part of the newspaper. 38%. The largest single stake. Your father acquired it in 1979. Harry looked at the parchment again. Unauthorized withdrawals. Someone's been taking money from my vaults. Griphook's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened slightly on the edge of the table. That is what the audit would determine. How much? We would need to conduct, guess. Griphook paused. For the first time, he seemed to truly look at Harry, not at the scar, not at the name, but at the boy sitting in a chair too big for him, wearing clothes 3 sizes too large, with broken glasses held together by tape. Based on preliminary flags in our system, Griphook said carefully, the unauthorized movements from your accounts over the past 10 years total somewhere in the range of 3 million galleons. The number was so large it was abstract. Harry had never had more than a handful of coins in his life. He'd never been bought new clothes, never been given a birthday present. 3 million galleons was meaningless. And yet it wasn't, because someone had taken it, and someone had let them. Who authorized the withdrawals? That is the question, Mr. Potter. You're telling me the bank let someone take 3 million galleons from an orphan's vault and nobody thought to check? Griphook's jaw tightened. The question clearly hit a nerve. The authorizations were signed by your magical guardian. Under wizarding law, a magical guardian has access to their ward's trust vault and, in certain circumstances, the family vault. Who's my magical guardian? Albus Dumbledore. The name hung in the air between them. Harry felt something shift in his chest, not anger, not yet. Something colder. Confusion, maybe. Dumbledore had sent Hagrid for him. Dumbledore had the key to his vault. Dumbledore was apparently his magical guardian and had never once, in 11 years, checked on him. I want the audit, Harry said. Griphook nodded slowly. It will take time. Several weeks. And I should warn you, once we begin, the parties involved will be notified. They will know you've claimed your inheritance. Good. A sharp knock came at the door. Griphook rose to answer it, and Harry caught a murmured exchange in a language he didn't recognize, harsh, guttural, full of consonants. When Griphook stepped back, another goblin entered the room. This one was different. Older. His face was lined like cracked stone, and he wore robes of deep black rather than the bank's standard uniform. A chain of office, heavy gold links, hung around his neck. He moved slowly, deliberately, and when he looked at Harry, his dark eyes held a weight that Griphook's didn't. Mr. Potter, the new goblin said. His voice was like gravel in a metal drum. I am Ragnok. The director of Gringotts pulled out a chair, sat down, and folded his long fingers on the table. He studied Harry for an uncomfortably long time. You look like your father, Ragnok said finally. But you have your mother's eyes. I knew them both. You knew my parents? James Potter conducted all his business personally. He did not send intermediaries. He sat in that chair and spoke to me as an equal. Your mother came twice, once to co-sign the purchase of the Daily Prophet shares, and once. He paused. Once, 3 days before they went into hiding, to update their will. Harry's throat constricted. Their will? It was sealed by order of the Wizengamot. Another irregularity. Ragnok's expression was as readable as stone, but there was an edge to his voice that hadn't been there before. Mr. Potter, I will be direct with you, because your father valued directness and I expect his son does as well. There are people in your world, powerful people, who have benefited enormously from your ignorance. For 10 years, your accounts have been managed without your knowledge. Your properties have been leased to others. Your political seats have gone unoccupied, which has shifted the balance of the Wizengamot in ways that favor very specific interests. Whose interests? Ragnok tilted his head slightly. The audit will reveal the details. But I can tell you that withdrawals have gone to a private vault belonging to a man named Lucius Malfoy. That your Diagon Alley properties have been managed, and their rents collected, by a ministry office that answers to Cornelius Fudge. And that your sealed will, your parents' final wishes, has been blocked from execution by a sealed order signed by Albus Dumbledore. The cold thing in Harry's chest solidified. He gripped the edge of the table. Why are you telling me this? Ragnok didn't blink. Because the Goblins have a long memory, Mr. Potter. Your family has banked with us for 7 centuries. Your ancestor Ignotus Peverell was one of 3 wizards who ever dealt fairly with our kind. James Potter honored every contract, paid every fee, and refused to participate in the legislation that stripped goblins of wand rights in 1753, or rather, he voted against its renewal in 1978. He leaned forward slightly. We do not forget our friends. And we do not appreciate it when their children are robbed under our roof. Harry looked at Griphook, then back at Ragnok. You've been waiting for me. Since the night your parents died. The words landed like a stone in still water. Harry sat with them for a moment, turning them over. All right, he said. What do I do? Ragnok's expression shifted, just barely, just a fraction, into something that might have been satisfaction. First, you formally claim your inheritance. All 3 houses. This is done by placing your hand on the family crests. He produced a wooden box from beneath the table, Harry hadn't seen him bring it in, and opened it to reveal 3 rings. They sat on black velvet, 1 gold with a ruby, 1 silver with an onyx stone, 1 ancient-looking bronze with a symbol Harry didn't recognize, a triangle with a circle and a line through it. The Potter ring, the black ring, and the Peverell ring, Ragnok said. When you put them on, the magic will recognize you or reject you. If it rejects you, the ring will simply not fit. If it accepts you. He gestured at the rings. You become Lord Potter Black Peverell, at least in the eyes of the old magic. In practice, given your age, you'll need a proxy to manage your affairs and a solicitor to represent you publicly. Harry reached for the Potter ring first. The gold was warm, warmer than it should have been, sitting in a box. He slid it onto his right ring finger. It was much too large. Then it wasn't. The metal contracted, fitting itself to his finger like it had been made for him. A pulse of heat ran up his arm, not painful, but deep, like a second heartbeat, and for just a moment, Harry felt something vast and old brush against his mind. Not a thought. Not a voice. A recognition. Like a house welcoming someone home. His eyes stung. He didn't know why. He put on the black ring. This one was cold, and the recognition felt different, sharper, more guarded, like a door opening grudgingly. But it accepted him. The ring shrank to fit. The Peverell ring was last. The bronze was neither warm nor cold. When it touched his skin, Harry felt nothing at all, and then everything. A rush of something that wasn't magic, or wasn't only magic. It was older than that. The symbol on the ring blazed once, bright enough to throw shadows on the stone walls, and then went dark. Ragnok was watching him with an intensity that bordered on hunger. The Peveril ring hasn't accepted an heir in 400 years. Harry looked at the 3 rings on his hands. They were already fading, becoming translucent, sinking into his skin until they were invisible. He could still feel them, 3 faint pulses of warmth, but to anyone looking, his hands were bare. They'll conceal themselves, Griphook explained. Only you can make them visible. A security measure. Smart, Harry said. His voice was steady. He was surprised by that. Second, Ragnok continued, we begin the audit. Full forensic accounting of every transaction since November 1981. This will take 3 to 4 weeks. Third, and this is my strong recommendation, you say nothing to anyone about what you've learned today. Not to Hagrid, not to Dumbledore, not to your schoolmates. The moment these people learn you've claimed your inheritance, they will move to protect themselves. Every day of silence is a day our auditors work unimpeded. Harry thought about Hagrid, waiting in the lobby, probably nervous and confused. Hagrid, who'd broken down a door to give him a birthday cake. Hagrid, who worked for Dumbledore. I won't say anything, Harry said. But I want regular updates. Letters. Can you send them so no one else can read them? Ragnok's mouth twitched. Mr. Potter, we are goblins. Our security measures make wizarding encryption look like children's games. You will receive weekly reports via a goblin-bonded owl that will deliver only to your hand and will bite anyone else who tries. Good. There is one more thing. Ragnok's voice dropped a register. Vault 713. The vault your large friend has been sent to collect from today. It contains an object placed there by Albus Dumbledore, a philosopher's stone created by Nicholas Flamel. Harry frowned. What's that? A stone that produces the elixir of life and turns base metal into gold. Dumbledore is having it moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts. Why he would move the most valuable alchemical object in existence from the most secure bank in the world to a school full of children is a question worth asking. Harry filed that away. Is that connected to me? Perhaps not directly. But the Flamels and the Peverils have a shared history, and the stone's removal from Gringotts happens to coincide with the year you arrive at Hogwarts. In my experience, coincidences of that nature are rarely coincidental. Ragnok stood. He extended a hand, long fingers, sharp nails, a grip that was surprisingly firm. Welcome back to the wizarding world, Mr. Potter. I suspect it will not be quite what they told you. Harry shook his hand. It hasn't been so far. He left the room with Griphook as his escort, walking back through the corridor toward the main hall. His mind was racing, turning over names and numbers and the cold, clean fury that was building somewhere behind his ribs. 3 million galleons. Lucius Malfoy. Cornelius Fudge. Dumbledore. He could feel the rings, invisible, pulsing faintly, 3 heartbeats that weren't his. 21 million galleons. 6 Wisengamot seats. 14 properties in Diagon Alley. A stake in the Daily Prophet. He was 11 years old and he'd been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. Hagrid was waiting in the lobby, looking relieved and holding a small package wrapped in brown paper that he stuffed guiltily into his coat when he saw Harry. There ya are. Everything all right? They didn't give ya any trouble? No trouble, Harry said. He smiled, and it felt strange on his face, like a mask that fit a little too well. Just some paperwork. My parents left some things. Ah. Hagrid's face softened. Course they did. James and Lily, they'd have wanted ya looked after. Something in Harry's chest twisted. He pushed it down. Can we go to my vault now? The trust one. Hagrid handed over the key, and a different goblin led them to the carts. The ride down was exactly as wild as Hagrid had warned him, plummeting through the dark at breakneck speed, the cart rattling on rails that twisted and dropped without warning. Hagrid went green. Harry gripped the sides and felt the wind tear at his hair and laughed, because down here in the dark, hurtling into the earth, he didn't have to think about what he'd just learned. Vault 687 was small. The door opened to reveal a mound of gold coins, smaller piles of silver and bronze. It was more money than Harry had ever seen, more money than the Dursleys probably had in their bank account, and it was also, he now knew, pocket change. He filled a bag with a mix of coins, following Hagrid's quick explanation of galleons, sickles, and nuts. He didn't take much. He didn't need to. There were 12 million more galleons in a vault he hadn't even visited yet. They stopped at Vault 713 on the way back up. Hagrid went in alone and came out with the small package held tightly to his chest. Harry watched and said nothing, but he thought about what Ragnok had said. A philosopher's stone. Being moved to a school. Back in the sunlight of Diagon Alley, Harry blinked against the brightness and took a breath that felt like the first real one he'd drawn all morning. Right, Hagrid said, pulling out Harry's school list. Lots to get. Uniform first, I reckon, Madam Malkin's. Then books, cauldron, telescope, the lot. And your wand, of course. Tell ya what, I'll get your cauldron and your potion supplies, I know what you need, and you pop into Madam Malkin's. Meet me back here in an hour. Harry agreed, and they split up. He walked into Madam Malkin's robes for all occasions, where a squat witch in mauve directed him onto a footstool next to a boy who was already being fitted. The boy was pale, blonde, and had a pointed face that somehow managed to look bored and superior at the same time. He glanced at Harry without much interest. Hogwarts too, the boy drawled. Yeah. My father's next door buying my books, and mother's up the street looking at wands. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry said nothing. 2 days ago, this sort of casual wealth flaunting would have made him feel small. Now it struck him differently. The boy was bragging about convincing his father to buy him a broomstick. Harry owned 22% of the company that made them. He almost laughed. He turned it into a cough. Do you know what house you'll be in? The boy asked. Not yet. Well, I know I'll be in Slytherin. All our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff, I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Dunno. I don't know enough about any of them to have an opinion. The boy studied him more closely. You talk oddly. What's your surname? Before Harry could answer, Madam Malkin said, That's you done, dear, and the boy hopped down from his stool. I suppose I'll see you at Hogwarts, the boy said, and there was something in his tone, an expectation of being important, of being noticed, that Harry recognized. He'd seen it in Dudley. The difference was that this boy wore it more gracefully. Suppose so, Harry said. The boy left. Harry stood still while pins flew around him, thinking. That boy's family was old wizarding money, he could tell from the way he talked, the assumptions he made. Old money. The kind of family that might have noticed when the Potter seats went empty. The kind that might have benefited from it. He was starting to see the shape of things. It was like looking at one of those magic eye puzzles, blurry nonsense until you shifted your focus, and then the pattern leaped out at you. Madam Malkin finished with him, and he paid for 3 sets of plain black robes, a winter cloak, and a pointed hat that he privately hoped he'd never have to wear in public. He met Hagrid outside and they continued down the list, parchment and quills from Scribulus, a telescope from a shop that smelled like copper, a pewter cauldron, a set of glass phials, a set of brass scales. Everywhere they went, Harry looked at the shops differently. He read the nameplates, the ownership notices in the windows, the little brass plaques that said property of followed by a name. He counted 3 that said property of the Malfoy Trust. 2 more said managed by the Ministry Office of Magical Heritage. And one, a small, shuttered shop between the apothecary and Elop's Owl Emporium, had a plaque so tarnished he had to wipe it with his sleeve to read it. Property of the Potter estate. The shop was empty. The windows were dark. It had been closed for what looked like years. Hagrid, Harry said, keeping his voice casual. What's this shop? Hagrid squinted at it. Dunno, actually. Been closed as long as I can remember. Come on, just your wand left now. Ollivander's. Best place. They walked to the end of the alley, past a shop selling owls. Harry glanced in the window and a snowy owl stared back at him with huge amber eyes and an expression of unmistakable intelligence, and arrived at a narrow, shabby shop with peeling gold letters above the door, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The shop was dusty and quiet. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked to the ceiling on every wall, and the air hummed faintly, like a tuning fork struck too softly to hear. Good afternoon, said a soft voice, and Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. An old man emerged from between the shelves, silver eyes, wild white hair, the kind of face that looked like it had been thinking hard for about 200 years. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. Ollivander came close, too close, and peered at Harry's scar. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that. 13.5 inches. You. Phoenix Feather Core. A powerful wand. Very powerful. And in the wrong hands. He trailed off and shook his head. Then his manner changed, brisk, businesslike, and a tape measure flew from his pocket and began measuring Harry on its own while Ollivander pulled boxes from the shelves. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry waved it. Ollivander snatched it back almost immediately. No, no. Here, maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Harry barely touched it before Ollivander took it away. No. Tricky customer. But he didn't look bothered. He looked delighted. Let's try, yes, why not, holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he felt it. Warmth flooded through his hand, up his arm, into his chest. The room brightened. He raised the wand above his head and brought it down, and a shower of gold and red sparks erupted from the tip, lighting up the dusty shop like fireworks. Hagrid clapped. Ollivander's expression was more complicated. Curious, he said. Very curious. Sorry, what's curious? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar. The shop was suddenly very quiet. Harry could hear his own breathing. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid 7 galleons for the wand and left the shop with a strange feeling lodged beneath his ribs. The wand sat in its box, but he could feel it, a faint pull, like it was tugging at something inside him. His wand was the brother of Voldemort's wand. He was the heir of 3 ancient houses. Someone had stolen 3 million galleons from him while he slept in a cupboard. And a man named Dumbledore, who apparently cared for him very much, had orchestrated all of it. Hagrid bought him a snowy owl as a birthday present, refusing to hear any protests. Harry named her Hedwig, from a name he found flipping through a history of magic on the train home. She sat on his knee and nipped his fingers gently while Hagrid dozed. Harry looked out the window at the countryside rushing past. His reflection stared back at him, skinny, bespectacled, unremarkable. The boy in the glass looked like someone who lived in a cupboard. Like someone who got Dudley's old clothes and was grateful for the scraps. He didn't feel like that boy anymore. The train pulled into the station, and Hagrid walked him to the barrier, pressing a ticket into his hand. Your train fare Hogwarts. September 1st. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. 9 3/4. Don't lose it, Hagrid said, as if that answered the question. Then he hesitated, his massive frame suddenly awkward. Harry, yeah no, whatever happened in that room at Gringotts, if ya ever need anything, I'm at Hogwarts. Me doors always open. Harry looked up at him, this huge, kind, clumsy man who'd smashed down a door and given him a chocolate cake and told him the truth about his parents. Thanks, Hagrid, he said. And meant it. He took the underground back to the Dursleys alone. Hedwig drew stares from the other passengers, a snowy owl in a cage on a summer afternoon, but nobody said anything. London was good at minding its own business. Vernon was waiting at the door of number 4 Privet Drive, purple-faced and blustering. Where have you been, boy? If you think you can just disappear for a day without, I was in London, Harry said. He walked past Vernon into the house. Getting my school things. Now you listen here, Harry stopped. He turned and looked at Vernon Dursley, really looked at him, and for the first time in his life, he didn't feel afraid. Not because of the wand in his trunk, or the gold in his vault, or the 3 invisible rings pulsing against his skin. Because he'd looked a goblin director in the eye and shaken his hand. Because he'd learned that the entire world he was about to enter already belonged to him, at least in part. And because Vernon Dursley, with his drills and his mortgage and his company car, suddenly looked very, very small. I'll be in my room, Harry said. You don't have a room. You sleep under, I'll be in Dudley's second bedroom, Harry said calmly. The one full of his broken toys. I think that's fair, don't you? Vernon's mouth opened and closed. Something in Harry's expression must have given him pause, because for once in his life, Vernon Dursley said nothing. Harry carried his trunk up the stairs, Hedwig's cage balanced on top. He closed the door of the small bedroom, sat on the creaking bed, and pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill he'd bought in Diagon Alley. He sat there for a long time, thinking. Then he began to write. Director Ragnok, thank you for your candor today. I've been thinking about what you told me, and I have several questions I'd like answered when your audit begins producing results. First, my parents' will. You said it was sealed. Is there a way to unseal it? I'd like to know what they actually wanted. Second, the properties in Diagon Alley. 14, you said. I'd like to know who's occupying them, what rent they're paying, and who's collecting it. Third, the Wiesengemot seats. I understand I can't hold them myself at 11. You mentioned a proxy. I'd like to discuss candidates. Someone who won't fold under pressure. Fourth, and this is the most important thing, I don't want anyone to know about this until I'm ready. Not Dumbledore, not the ministry, not the newspapers. When I move, I want to move all at once, and I want it to be on my terms. I'll be at Hogwarts from September 1st. Please send correspondence via the bonded owl you mentioned. Yours, Harry Potter P.S., The Philosopher's Stone in Vault 713. If you have any more information about why it's being moved to Hogwarts, I'd appreciate it. He read it over twice. It was a strange letter for an 11-year-old to write. But then, Harry had always been strange. He folded it, slipped it into an envelope, and turned to Hedwig. Can you take this to Gringotts? To Director Ragnok specifically? Hedwig hooted once, low, serious, as if she understood the gravity of the errand, and extended her leg. Harry tied the letter to it, opened the window, and watched her disappear into the darkening sky. Then he lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and allowed himself to feel it, all of it. The anger. The grief. The wild, disorienting vertigo of a world that had rearranged itself around him in a single afternoon. He was Harry Potter. He was the heir of the House of Potter, the House of Black, the House of Peveril. He was 11 years old, and he owned half the wizarding world, and nobody knew it yet. Downstairs, Vernon was shouting about something. The telly was blaring. Dudley was whining for another slice of cake. Harry closed his eyes. In 6 weeks, he'd board a train to a castle he'd never seen, and he'd walk into a world that thought it knew him, the boy who lived, the orphan, the symbol. They'd see the scar and the second-hand clothes and the skinny kid who didn't know which fork to use at a formal dinner. They wouldn't see the rings. They wouldn't see the letter from Ragnok that would arrive in 3 weeks, outlining every galleon that Lucius Malfoy had siphoned from his vaults, every property that the Ministry had quietly leased to its allies, every vote that had gone unchallenged because the Potter and Black seats had sat empty for a decade. They wouldn't see any of it coming. Harry smiled in the dark. It wasn't a nice smile. It wasn't a mean one either. It was the smile of someone who'd spent 10 years in a cupboard and had just discovered that the house, and quite a lot of houses besides, was his. He'd play the part. The wide-eyed kid. The grateful orphan. He'd learn the rules of this new world, make friends, find allies, figure out who was honest and who was lying. And when the time came, when he had the information, the allies, and the leverage, he'd step out of the shadows and into the light, and the wizarding world would learn what it meant to steal from a Potter. Outside, the summer night settled over Privet Drive like a held breath. Inside, Hedwig flew north. And the game began. Chapter 2, The weight of names. The remaining weeks at Privet Drive passed in a kind of suspended animation. Harry kept to the small bedroom, reading his school books cover to cover, and the Dursleys, remarkably, left him alone. Whether it was something in his expression that night, or Vernon's deep-seated fear of anything abnormal, or simply the fact that Petunia had seen Hagrid bend a rifle with his bare hands, the result was the same. They avoided him. Harry ate meals at the table now instead of being handed scraps through the cupboard door, and if no one spoke to him during those meals, that suited him fine. He had a lot to think about. Ragnok's first letter arrived 9 days after Harry sent his. Hedwig came at dawn, gliding through the open window and landing on the bedpost with a heavy envelope clasped in her beak. The envelope was sealed with the Gringotts crest, 2 crossed axes behind a shield, and the moment Harry touched it, the seal glowed faintly gold and then split open. When Dudley walked past the door 5 minutes later and glanced in, all he saw was Harry staring at a blank piece of parchment. The goblin enchantment saw to that. Harry read the letter 3 times. The audit was underway. Ragnok's people had already identified 217 unauthorized transactions from Vault 4, the Potter family vault, spanning from November 1981 to June 1991. The earliest had been a withdrawal of 50,000 galleons, 6 days after Lily and James died, signed by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as magical guardian. The stated purpose was ward protection and maintenance. Harry looked at the peeling wallpaper of Dudley's second bedroom, at the broken toy soldiers on the shelf, at the camp bed with its thin mattress. Ward protection and maintenance. He kept reading. The largest single recipient was a trust called the Malfoy Heritage Foundation. Between 1982 and 1990, it had received 14 separate transfers from the Potter family vault totaling 1.4 million galleons. The authorization signatures were a tangled mess, some bore Dumbledore's name, others had been routed through a ministry office called the Department of Magical Estates, and a few appeared to be outright forgeries that had bypassed Gringotts security through what Ragnok delicately described as a compliance failure for which 2 former employees had been dismissed. The Black Vault was worse. Without an acknowledged heir, it had been classified as dormant, and dormant vaults in the wizarding world apparently attracted parasites the way dead would attracted termites. The ministry had declared a custodial interest in 1982 and had been dipping into it ever since, small amounts, cleverly disguised as fees and maintenance charges, but they added up. Nearly 800,000 galleons over 10 years. At the bottom of the letter, in Ragnok's own handwriting, was a note: "Your parents will remain sealed under Wisengamot Order 4471, dated November 5, 1981. The order was proposed by Albus Dumbledore and seconded by Bartemius Crouch Sr. Breaking the seal requires either a majority Wisengamot vote or the direct action of the named heir upon claiming his titles. As you have now claimed the Potter Lordship, you are legally entitled to read the will. I have taken the liberty of retrieving it from the Ministry archives. It will be waiting for you at Gringotts at your convenience. Regarding the Philosopher's Stone, our intelligence suggests it has been moved to Hogwarts and placed behind a series of protective enchantments. The purpose of this arrangement remains unclear. I will continue to investigate. Regarding your request for a proxy to manage your Wisengamot affairs, I recommend you meet with one Augusta Longbottom, Dowager of the House of Longbottom. She is formidable, honest, and despises Lucius Malfoy with a passion that I can only describe as goblin-like. Her grandson Neville will be in your year at Hogwarts. An introduction could be arranged naturally. Harry folded the letter and slid it under his mattress. Then he lay back and stared at the ceiling and let the anger move through him like a slow current. 1.4 million galleons to the Malfoys. From his vault. From money his parents had earned, invested, and protected for him. And Dumbledore's name was on the authorizations. He didn't understand it yet. The anger was there, hot and real, but underneath it was a question that wouldn't go away: why? Dumbledore had defeated Grindelwald. He was the most powerful wizard in Britain, probably the world. He didn't need money. He didn't need political influence, he already had more than anyone. So why raid an orphan's vault? Why seal his parents' will? Why put him in a cupboard under the stairs and never check on him? There had to be a reason. Harry just couldn't see it yet. He wrote back to Ragnok that afternoon, keeping his questions sharp and his request specific. He asked for a full list of everyone who'd accessed his vaults. He asked for the names of every tenant in his Diagon Alley properties. He asked for a breakdown of how the Wisengamot had voted over the past decade and what might have changed if his 6 seats had been occupied. And he asked Ragnok to arrange things so that when he arrived at King's Cross on September 1st, he could make a brief stop at Gringotts before boarding the Hogwarts Express. The letter went north with Hedwig, and Harry went back to his books. He read a history of magic with different eyes now. Bathilda Bagshot's dry prose was full of names he recognized from the parchment: Peveril, Black, Potter, woven through centuries of wizarding history like threads in a tapestry. The Peverils had been there at the founding, contemporaries of the Hogwarts Four. The Blacks had built an empire in the 15th century and spent the next 500 years defending it. The Potters were newer money by comparison, only 7 centuries, but they'd been canny, investing in the right ventures at the right times, staying out of wars they couldn't win, and fighting ferociously in the ones that mattered. Harry's father had been the last of them. An only son, married young, dead at 21. The history book didn't say any of that. Harry read between the lines. September 1st arrived with the kind of cool, bright morning that made everything feel sharp-edged and possible. Vernon drove Harry to King's Cross in tight-lipped silence, unloaded his trunk onto the pavement with what might have been enthusiasm or might have been a desire to be rid of him as quickly as possible, and peeled away from the curb without a word. Harry stood on the pavement with his trunk in Hedwig's cage and felt the strange, liminal weightlessness of being between worlds. Behind him, London. Ahead of him, something he couldn't see yet. He found platform 9 3/4 the way Hagrid had described. He'd actually worked it out from a footnote in Hogwarts, a history that Hagrid had apparently never read, and walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 with his heart hammering and his jaw set. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and magnificent, billowing steam across a crowded platform. Families milled about, children in muggle clothes and wizard robes, parents fussing, owls hooting from cages and trolleys. The noise was enormous. Harry checked his watch. He had 40 minutes before the train departed. He left his trunk in the luggage car, tucked Hedwig's cage under his arm, and slipped back through the barrier into King's Cross proper. 3 minutes later, he was in a cab heading for Charing Cross Road. The Leaky Cauldron was nearly empty at this hour, too early for the lunch crowd, too late for the breakfast regulars. Tom the bartender started to greet him, but Harry moved through the pub quickly, head down, and was through the back wall before anyone could make a fuss. Diagon Alley was quieter than it had been in July. Most of the Hogwarts families had already done their shopping. Harry walked fast, hands in his pockets, feeling the invisible rings pulse faintly with each step. It took him 4 minutes to reach Gringotts. Griphook was waiting at the front desk as though he'd known exactly when Harry would arrive. He probably had. "Mr. Potter. This way." No small room this time. Griphook led him deeper into the bank, through corridors that sloped downward, past doors marked with runes Harry couldn't read, until they reached a chamber that was larger and more ornate than anything he'd seen before. The walls were lined with what looked like dark mahogany, and a single table held a scroll of parchment sealed with 3 wax stamps. "Your parents' will," Griphook said. "Director Ragnok sends his regards. He's in a meeting with the Swiss branch but asked me to tell you that the audit is proceeding ahead of schedule. The full report will be ready by mid-October." "Thank you." Harry sat down. His hands were steady but his pulse was not. He broke the seals. The will was written in his mother's handwriting. He knew it was hers because it was neat and precise and nothing like the bold scrawl of his father's signature at the bottom. He'd never seen her handwriting before. He stared at it for a long moment before he could bring himself to read the words. "Last will and testament of James Flemont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans executed this 28th day of October, 1981, 3 days before they died. In the event of our deaths, we direct the following. 1. Custody of our son, Harry James Potter, shall pass to Sirius Orion Black, his godfather. In the event that Sirius is unable to serve, custody shall pass to Alice and Frank Longbottom. Under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Lily's note, I love my sister, but she will not love my son. Please respect this." Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard and kept reading. 2. Sirius Orion Black is named heir to the Black family holdings per the blood right executed in 1981. In the event of Sirius's death or incapacity, these holdings pass to Harry. 3. The Potter family vault, properties, and investments shall be held in trust for Harry, managed by Gringotts Bank under the direction of Director Ragnok, until Harry's 17th birthday. No Ministry Office and no individual, including Albus Dumbledore, is to have access to or authority over these holdings. James's note, Albus means well, but he treats other people's lives like chess pieces. Our son is not a pawn. Harry read that line 4 times. His father had known. Somehow, James Potter had seen it coming. 4. In the event of our deaths and the invocation of the Fidelius charm failing, we direct that an investigation be opened into the conduct of Peter Pettigrew, whom we named as our secret keeper on the advice of Sirius Black, effective October 24, 1981. Harry stopped. He read it again. Peter Pettigrew, whom we named as our secret keeper. Not Sirius Black. Peter Pettigrew. Griphook, Harry said. His voice came out strange, flat and thin. Who is Sirius Black? Griphook hesitated. The goblin's usual composure flickered for just a moment. Sirius Black is your godfather. He is currently incarcerated in Azkaban prison, serving a life sentence for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. The room tilted. Harry gripped the edge of the table. He's in prison for killing Pettigrew. Yes. But this will says Pettigrew was the secret keeper. Not Sirius. Yes. Then Sirius didn't betray my parents. Griphook's expression was very careful. The will was sealed before it could be presented at trial. There was no trial. What do you mean there was no trial? Sirius Black was arrested on November 1, 1981, and sent directly to Azkaban by order of Bartemius Crouch Sr., then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. No trial was held. No evidence was formally presented. No defense was mounted. Harry felt the anger again, not the slow burn of the vault thefts, but something sharper, something that tasted like metal in the back of his throat. His godfather. His parents had wanted Sirius to raise him. Instead, Sirius was in prison without a trial, Harry was in a cupboard, and the will that proved all of it had been locked away by Albus Dumbledore. "I need a copy of this," Harry said. "Gringotts has already made one for our records. The original is yours." Harry rolled the will carefully and slid it into the inside pocket of his jacket, against his chest. He could feel it there, thin parchment, light as nothing, heavy as the world. Grip hook. If I wanted to get Sirius Black a trial, a real trial, what would it take? A motion before the Wisengamot. Seconded by at least one sitting member. Supported by evidence of procedural failure, which the lack of an original trial certainly qualifies as. And I have 6 seats on the Wisengamot. You do. Harry nodded. Add it to the list. He checked his watch, 22 minutes before the train left, and stood. He made it to King's Cross with 7 minutes to spare, slipping through the barrier just as a family of redheads was doing the same. Packed with muggles, of course, the mother was saying, and Harry filed the word away. Wizarding family. Lots of children, he counted 5, no, 6, all with the same vivid red hair. The youngest boy looked about his age, lanky and freckled, with a smudge of something on his nose. Harry hauled his trunk onto the train and found a compartment near the back. He'd barely sat down when the door slid open and the red-haired boy stuck his head in. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." It wasn't, actually. Harry had passed at least 3 empty compartments, but he shrugged and said, "Go ahead." The boy sat down and immediately stared at Harry with badly concealed fascination. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's ears went red. "Are you really? I mean, have you got the—" He gestured vaguely at his forehead. Harry pushed his hair back. The scar was there, as always, a thin lightning bolt, faded to pink. "Wicked," Ron breathed, then caught himself. "Sorry. That's probably annoying." "A bit," Harry said, but he grinned to take the edge off. "Tell me about yourself instead. Better conversation." Ron turned even redder, but he talked. And once he started, he didn't stop easily. He was the 6th of 7 children. His family was old wizarding stock, we're pure blood, not that it matters, Mum'd kill me if I said it like it mattered, but not wealthy. His brothers had all done brilliant things at Hogwarts, and Ron was terrified of being ordinary by comparison. Harry listened carefully, sorting and filing. Old family. Pure blood but not supremacist. Not wealthy, which meant not politically connected, or at least not connected to the people who'd been raiding his vaults. Ron's father worked at the Ministry, Department for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, it's not very glamorous, which placed the family in the civil service tier. Useful. Honest. He caught himself thinking like that and felt a twinge of discomfort. Ron was a person, not a chess piece. Our son is not a pawn. His mother's handwriting. His father's words. Your turn, Ron said. What's it like? Being, you. Harry considered several answers. He went with the truth. Honestly? Until about a month ago, I didn't know magic existed. I grew up with my aunt and uncle. They're muggles. They didn't tell me anything. Ron looked horrified. Nothing? You didn't know about any of it? Not a thing. That's mental. You're Harry Potter. You're in books. I'm in books. Loads of them. The rise and fall of the dark arts, great wizards of the 20th century, Mum's got them all. You're famous. For something I did when I was a baby and don't remember. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and then laughed, a startled, genuine laugh. Yeah, when you put it like that, it does sound stupid. Harry decided he liked Ron Weasley. The train rattled north through green countryside, and they bought too many sweets from the trolley lady, and Ron tried to turn his rat yellow with a spell that didn't work, and a girl with bushy brown hair and a bossy voice came looking for a toad. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, she said, and Harry's ears pricked at the name. Haven't seen one, Ron said, his mouth full of chocolate. The girl noticed Harry's scar and did a very poor job of pretending she hadn't. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizards of the 20th century. Harry asked mildly. Yes. How did you, lucky guess? I'm Harry. This is Ron. Hermione Granger, she said, and there was something in the way she said it, chin up, voice firm, that told Harry she was used to having to prove herself. Muggle-born, probably. Overcompensating with knowledge because she felt she was starting from behind. Want to sit down? Harry asked. Hermione hesitated, clearly torn between the toad search and the chance to sit with Harry Potter. The toad won, but barely. I should find Neville. He's really upset. But maybe after. Sure. She left. Ron stared after her. Bit intense, isn't she? She's nervous, Harry said. New world. No one she knows. She's trying to prove she belongs. Ron gave him an odd look. You're pretty observant for someone who didn't know magic existed a month ago. Harry just shrugged. Hermione came back 20 minutes later, towing a round-faced boy who was clutching a toad with the desperate grip of someone who'd been let down by the universe too many times. This is Neville, Hermione said. Neville, this is Harry and Ron. Neville Longbottom looked at Harry, looked at the scar, and went through the same sequence of reactions as everyone else, recognition, awe, embarrassment. But underneath it, there was something else. A flicker of pain so quick that Harry nearly missed it. Longbottom, Harry said, and he kept his voice easy, casual. I think our families knew each other. Neville blinked. Yeah, they did. My gran talks about your parents sometimes. She says your mum was the best witch of her year. I'd like to hear about that sometime. If you don't mind. Neville looked at him with an expression that Harry recognized because he'd seen it in his own mirror, the look of someone who wasn't used to being wanted in a conversation. I wouldn't mind at all. The four of them sat together as the countryside grew wilder and the sky darkened. Ron and Hermione argued about spellwork. Ron insisted that practical talent mattered more than textbook knowledge, Hermione insisted the opposite, and they were both wrong in the way that only people who were partially right could be. Harry let them go at it and turned to Neville. Your grandmother, Harry said quietly, under the noise of the argument. She sits on the Wizengamot, doesn't she? Neville's eyes widened slightly. How do you know about the Wizengamot? I've been reading. Yeah, she does. The Longbottom seat. She's held it since my parents, he stopped. His jaw tightened. Since your parents couldn't, Harry finished gently. Neville nodded. He didn't elaborate, and Harry didn't push. I might need to talk to her at some point this year, Harry said. About some family business. Would that be all right? Yeah, I suppose. She'd probably like that, actually. She doesn't have many people to talk to about the old families anymore. Most of them are, he searched for the right word. Different. From how she remembers. Different how? Meaner, Neville said simply. The compartment door slid open. The blond boy from Madame Malkin's stood in the gap, flanked by two larger boys who looked like they'd been hired for their width. Is it true? The blond boy said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. His eyes found Harry. So it's you. It's me, Harry said. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a noise that might have been a cough and might have been a laugh. Draco's eyes snapped to him. Think my name's funny, do you? Red hair and a hand-me-down robe, you must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand. Harry looked at it. He thought about the audit. 1.4 million galleons, funneled from the Potter Vault to the Malfoy Heritage Foundation. This boy's father had been stealing from him since before either of them could walk. Draco didn't know that. Probably. He was just a kid doing what his father had told him to do, scout out Potter, get close, report back. Harry could see the script behind Draco's gray eyes, the rehearsed confidence, the thin layer of performance over something more fragile. I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself, thanks, Harry said. He didn't take the hand. But he didn't say it cruelly. He said it the way you'd decline a second helping of something you didn't want, politely, firmly, without drama. Draco's cheeks went pink. His mouth thinned. For a moment, Harry thought he'd say something cutting, but the blonde boy just nodded, once, sharply, and left. His two large companions lumbered after him. That was Lucius Malfoy's son, Ron said, as if this explained everything. I know, Harry said. Ron looked at him sideways again, that same odd expression from before, like he was trying to figure out a puzzle with too many pieces. The train slowed. Outside the windows, darkness had swallowed the countryside, and pinpricks of light appeared, a village, a road, and then, rising above the tree-line, the towers of a castle that looked like something from the kind of dream you didn't want to wake from. Hogwarts. They crossed the lake in boats, 4 to a vessel, and the castle grew larger with every stroke of the oars. Neville sat next to Harry, gripping the sides of the boat with white knuckles. Ron was craning his neck back so far he nearly fell overboard. Hermione was whispering the first 3 chapters of Hogwarts, a history under her breath like a prayer. And Harry sat in the prow and felt the rings pulse against his skin, 3 heartbeats, warm and steady, and thought, my family helped build this place. The entrance hall was enormous. A stern-faced witch named Professor McGonagall met them at the doors and explained the sorting in a way that made it sound like a routine administrative process, which was clearly her intention, because it was equally clear that every 11-year-old in the group was terrified. They filed into the great hall. For long tables, hundreds of students, a ceiling that wasn't a ceiling but the night sky itself, stars and the thin side of a crescent moon, so real that Harry felt for a moment like the roof had been peeled away. It's bewitched to look like the sky outside, Hermione whispered. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history, 3 people said simultaneously. At the front of the hall, on a stool, sat a patched and ragged wizard's hat. Harry knew what it was from his reading, but knowing didn't prepare him for the moment when a rip near the brim opened like a mouth and the hat began to sing. It sang about the 4 founders and the houses they'd built and the qualities they valued, and Harry listened with half his mind while the other half scanned the staff table at the front of the hall. There was Hagrid, huge and beaming. A tiny wizard who must be Professor Flitwick. A stern woman with dark skin and a turban, no, that was a man, and Harry recognized him from the leaky cauldron. Quirrell. The man who'd flinched. And there, in the center of the table, wearing robes of deep purple and half-moon spectacles that caught the candlelight, Albus Dumbledore. Harry studied him. This was the man who'd sealed his parents' will. Who'd authorized withdrawals from his vault. Who'd placed him with the Dursleys against his parents' explicit wishes. Who'd kept his godfather in prison without a trial. Dumbledore looked like someone's favorite grandfather. He was smiling at the first years with genuine warmth, his eyes twinkling in a way that made you want to trust him. Harry did not trust him. But he smiled back, because that was the game, and Harry was learning the rules fast. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. Not quiet, silent. 200 heads turned. Whispers erupted like fire in dry grass. Potter? The Harry Potter? Did she say Potter? Harry walked to the stool. His legs were steady. He sat down, and the last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was Dumbledore leaning forward slightly in his chair, and the twinkle in his eyes replaced by something sharper. "Well, well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "What do we have here?" Harry gripped the edges of the stool. "Interesting. Very interesting. Plenty of courage, yes, not the reckless kind, the quiet kind. That's rarer. And a mind, oh, my. You've been busy this summer, haven't you? All those plans, all that careful thinking. Slytherin would do well by you. That ambition, that cunning." Harry thought, "I know what Slytherin would do for me. But I need to be somewhere they don't expect me. Ah. Strategy even in your sorting. You could be great in Slytherin, you know. It's all there, in your head." "I know," Harry thought. "But greatness isn't what I need right now. I need time. I need to be underestimated." The hat was quiet for a long moment. Harry had the strange sense that it was laughing. In 800 years, no one has ever tried to use their sorting as a tactical move. "You're an odd one, Potter. Your father was the same, sat right here and told me he'd rather be brave than clever, and I told him he was both. You're both too. But you're something he wasn't." "What's that?" "Patient." Another pause. "Very well. If you're sure. Better be, Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted. Harry pulled off the hat and walked toward the roar of applause, grinning because it was hard not to, feeling the relief wash through him. The Weasley twins, Ron's older brothers, identical and loud, were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," and a prefect named Percy shook his hand with the gravity of someone greeting a head of state. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor too. So was Hermione. Neville had already been placed there, though he'd looked shocked about it, as though the hat had made a mistake and was too polite to correct it. Harry caught his eye across the table and nodded, and Neville sat up a little straighter. Draco went to Slytherin, as predicted, and Harry watched him walk to the far table with his chin held high and his shoulders tight. Draco looked once in Harry's direction, a quick, hard glance, and then turned away. The feast appeared on golden plates, and it was more food than Harry had ever seen in one place. He ate carefully, not gorging himself the way his body wanted to, because years of scraps had trained his stomach to be cautious. Ron had no such reservations and was working through his third helping of shepherd's pie while maintaining a running commentary on Quidditch that Harry filed away for future reference. Halfway through dessert, Harry felt it, a sharp, hot pain in his scar, like someone had pressed a lit match to his forehead. He flinched and looked up. At the staff table, Professor Quirrell was staring directly at him. Their eyes met. The pain intensified, a bright, sick pulse of it, and then Quirrell looked away and the pain faded. Harry pressed his fingers to the scar. It was warm to the touch. "You all right?" Neville asked from across the table. "Fine," Harry said. "Just a headache." But he watched Quirrell for the rest of the meal. The man was twitchy, nervous, constantly adjusting his turban. Every other teacher gave him a wide berth. And twice more, when Quirrell's gaze drifted toward Harry, the scar prickled with heat. Ragnok's voice in his memory, the philosopher's stone. Being moved to a school full of children. Quirrell's classroom was defense against the dark arts. Harry had memorized the staff list from his Hogwarts letter. A defense teacher, nervous and twitching, in the same year that a stone capable of producing immortality was hidden in the castle. Coincidence? Maybe. Harry ate his treacle tart and thought about chess. The first weeks of term settled into a rhythm. Classes in the morning, Transfiguration with McGonagall, who was exactly as stern and brilliant as she appeared, Charms with Flitwick, who was enthusiastic and kind, Herbology with a cheerful witch-named Sprout who made Neville come alive in a way that nothing else did. History of Magic with a ghost named Binns, which was as dull as it sounded. Astronomy at midnight on Wednesdays. And Potions with Snape. The dungeon classroom was cold and damp, and Snape swept in on the first day wearing an expression that suggested he'd been looking forward to this the way a cat looks forward to a cornered mouse. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly, his black eyes finding Harry like magnets finding iron. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." A few Slytherins snickered. Draco Malfoy, seated in the front row, wore a thin smirk. Snape fired questions at Harry, Monkshood, Bezoars, Asphodel and Wormwood, and Harry answered them. All of them. He'd read his potions textbook 3 times over the summer and had an excellent memory, and Snape's face went through a fascinating series of transformations as each answer came back correct. "Where did you learn this?" Snape demanded. "The textbook, sir. Chapter 1 through 6. "The textbook." Snape's lip curled. "Your father never opened a textbook in his life." "I'm not my father." The dungeon went very quiet. Snape stared at Harry with an expression that was equal parts hatred and something Harry couldn't name, something that looked almost like pain. "No," Snape said finally. "You're not." He turned away and began the lesson. He didn't call on Harry again. After class, Hermione caught up with Harry in the corridor. "What was that about?" "He was horrible to you." "He knew my parents," Harry said. "Or at least my father. I don't think they got along." "That's no excuse to bully a student." "No. It's not." Harry paused. "But I'd rather understand why someone's doing something than just react to it. Wouldn't you?" Hermione gave him a long, appraising look. "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Someone more impulsive. The books make you sound very brave and dramatic." "I'm 11. I've been brave and dramatic for about a month. Give me time." She laughed, a short, surprised laugh, like she hadn't expected to, and Harry grinned at her. The goblin-bonded owl arrived that Friday at breakfast. It was a small, fierce creature, dark gray, golden eyes, talons like needles, and it bypassed the usual morning owl-post chaos entirely, diving straight for Harry and dropping a sealed envelope on his toast before anyone could react. When Ron reached for it instinctively, the owl snapped at his fingers hard enough to draw blood. "Ow. What the, sorry. It's a security owl. Only delivers to me." "Who's sending you security owls?" Ron sucked his finger, looking aggrieved. "Family business." Harry pocketed the letter without opening it. Boring stuff. He read it in the bathroom between classes. Ragnok's second report. The audit was deepening. They'd found the Diagon Alley property records. All 14 commercial properties had been leased through the Ministry's Department of Magical Estates since 1982. The rents were being collected, but they weren't being deposited in the Potter Vault. They were being routed to a general ministry fund that Cornelius Fudge had discretionary control over. The total rent collected over 10 years, approximately 600,000 galleons. Ragnok also included a preliminary analysis of the Wisengamot voting records. With the Potter seats, 2, and Black seats, 3, and Peveril seat, 1, vacant for a decade, the balance of power had shifted decisively toward what the Goblins called the Traditionalist Bloc, led by Lucius Malfoy, not Senior, and a handful of other old pureblood families. They'd blocked every major reform proposed in the last 10 years, werewolf rights, Muggleborn protections, goblin representation, criminal justice reform. 6 seats wouldn't have overturned every vote. But they would have changed enough of them to matter. Harry folded the letter and leaned against the cold stone wall of the bathroom stall. The scope of what had been done to him, what had been done to the wizarding world through him, was becoming clearer with every report. It wasn't just theft. It was the systematic dismantling of everything his family had stood for. And at the center of it, the same names kept appearing. Malfoy. Fudge. Dumbledore. The first 2 were simple. Greed and power. Lucius Malfoy wanted wealth and influence, Fudge wanted to keep his job and fund his lifestyle. They'd seen an orphan's unclaimed fortune and helped themselves. Dumbledore was the puzzle. What did Dumbledore want? Harry thought about it all through History of Magic, which was the perfect class for thinking because Professor Binns could make the most exciting events in magical history sound like a reading of tax regulations. He treats other people's lives like chess pieces, his father had written. Our son is not a pawn. But a pawn for what? What game was Dumbledore playing? The third-floor corridor provided a clue. Dumbledore had announced at the start of term feast that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry had noted this with interest. It wasn't much of a deterrent for curious children, more of an invitation, really, wrapped in a dare. He found out what was behind the door by accident, 3 weeks into term. Or rather, Neville found out, because Neville had a gift for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. They'd been coming back from astronomy at midnight, and the moving staircases had deposited them on the wrong floor. Neville, half asleep and trailing behind, had wandered through a door that should have been locked and came face to face with a three-headed dog standing on a trapdoor. His scream brought Harry running. Harry grabbed Neville's arm and hauled him back through the door, slamming it shut. They pressed against the corridor wall, breathing hard, while from behind the door came the sound of 3 sets of jaws snapping at the wood. Was that, Neville panted, a three-headed dog? Cerberus, Harry said. Or something like one. Did you see the trapdoor? The what? It was standing on a trapdoor. It's guarding something. Neville stared at him. You got chased by a thing with 3 heads and you noticed what it was standing on. I notice things. That's terrifying, Harry. They hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, and Harry lay in bed thinking about a trapdoor under a 3-headed dog in a school full of children. The Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had moved it here. He'd announced the forbidden corridor in a way that guaranteed every curious student would want to investigate. He'd placed a guard dog, dangerous, but not unbeatable. Not for someone who knew how. It was a test. Or a trap. Or both. And it was connected to Quirrell. Harry was sure of it now. The pain in his scar, the way Quirrell's eyes kept drifting toward the third-floor corridor, the stutter that seemed to come and go depending on who was listening. Harry wrote to Ragnok that night, something is guarding the Philosopher's Stone in the third-floor corridor. A 3-headed dog on a trapdoor. Dumbledore announced it at the feast, practically daring students to investigate. I think he's using the stone as bait. I just don't know for what. Also, Professor Quirrell. Defense against the dark arts teacher. My scar hurts when he looks at me. My scar is from Voldemort's killing curse. Draw your own conclusions. The audit information is invaluable. Keep it coming. I'm building a file. One more thing, Neville Longbottom is exactly what you described. Good instincts, loyal, underestimated by everyone including himself. His grandmother sounds like exactly the ally we need. I'm going to write to her directly. Please advise on protocol, I don't want to offend an old house by approaching incorrectly. He sent the letter with Hedwig and fell asleep to the sound of Ron snoring in the next bed. The next morning, a Saturday, Harry found Neville in the common room, hunched over a herbology essay with his tongue between his teeth. Neville. Can I ask you something? Sure. Neville didn't look up from his essay. Your grandmother. If I wrote to her, just a letter, introducing myself, maybe asking about our family's history, would that be weird? Now Neville looked up. His round face was puzzled. You want to write to my gran? I've been learning about my family. The Potters and the Longbottoms go back a long way. I'd like to know more, and there aren't many people left to ask. Neville's expression shifted. The puzzlement faded, replaced by something warmer. She'd love that, actually. She always says nobody remembers the old alliances anymore. Everyone's too busy climbing over each other. He paused. She'll probably write back 10 pages. Fair warning. I can handle 10 pages. Harry wrote to Augusta Longbottom that afternoon. He kept the letter respectful but not stiff, introducing himself, mentioning that Neville had become a good friend, which was true, expressing interest in the historical relationship between their families, also true, and asking, almost as an afterthought, whether she might be willing to share her perspective on the current state of the Wizengamot, the real reason, buried carefully at the bottom. He sent it with Hedwig and waited. Augusta Longbottom's reply arrived 3 days later. It was 12 pages. She was, as Neville had promised, formidable on paper. Her handwriting was sharp and precise, her opinions sharper. She wrote about the Potters with a respect that bordered on reverence. James had been one of the few young men of his generation with a backbone, and about the current Wizengamot with undisguised contempt. The body has been captured by cowards and opportunists, she wrote. Lucius Malfoy buys votes the way other men buy cravats, frequently and without taste. Cornelius Fudge has the moral fiber of a wet napkin. And Dumbledore, for all his brilliance, sits in his castle and lets it happen because he's playing a longer game that none of us are privy to. She concluded with a line that made Harry's pulse quicken: if you are anything like your father, Mr. Potter, you will not be content to watch from the sidelines. When you are ready to step onto the field, you will find the Longbottom seat standing beside you. Harry read the letter twice, then locked it in his trunk with the Goblin correspondence and the copy of his parents' will. The pieces were coming together. Slowly, carefully, like a puzzle assembled in the dark by touch alone. Ragnok and the Goblins had the financial evidence. Augusta Longbottom had political weight and a willingness to use it. Neville was a bridge between them. Hermione had the sharpest research mind Harry had ever encountered. Ron, honest, loyal, instinctive Ron, would be someone to trust when the masks came off. And somewhere in this castle, a philosopher's stone sat behind a series of obstacles that an 11-year-old could apparently navigate, and a man with Voldemort's mark on the back of his head was teaching defense against the dark arts. Harry Potter sat in Gryffindor Tower, invisible rings pulsing against his skin, and planned. The game was not just beginning. It was already several moves in. Chapter 3, Blood and Gold. October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhale, the grounds turning amber and rust, the lake going dark and still, the castle settling into its bones as the weather sharpened. Harry barely noticed. He was reading 3 letters a week from Gringotts, maintaining a correspondence with Augusta Longbottom that had grown from polite introduction to genuine strategic dialogue, attending classes where he performed well enough to avoid attention but not so well as to invite it, and watching Quirrell with an intensity that would have been unsettling if anyone had noticed. Nobody noticed. That was the point. The morning everything changed, really changed, in a way that couldn't be walked back. Started with breakfast on a Tuesday and a copy of the Daily Prophet that Hermione had taken to reading each morning with the kind of critical eye that made Ron physically uncomfortable. "Listen to this," Hermione said, folding the paper so Harry could see the front page. "Ministry announces Streamlined Heritage Act, properties of dormant noble houses to be permanently transferred to ministry custody." "Harry, I know what that is," Harry said quietly. He read the article. It was buried under a bland headline and wrapped in enough bureaucratic language to make most readers' eyes glaze over, but the substance was clear. Cornelius Fudge was proposing a new law that would allow the ministry to permanently seize properties belonging to any noble house that had gone unclaimed for more than 10 years. The vote was scheduled for the November Wizengamot session. 10 years. Harry's parents had been dead for 10 years and 3 days. The timing was not a coincidence. "This is about me," Harry said. Hermione looked at him sharply. Ron, who'd been halfway through a sausage, stopped chewing. "What do you mean it's about you?" Ron asked. Harry weighed his options. He'd been keeping his secrets close for 2 months now, and the weight of them was becoming physical, a tightness in his chest that woke him some nights. Ron and Hermione were his friends. Real friends. He'd watched them carefully, tested them in small ways, and they'd passed every test without knowing they were being tested, which was the best kind of passing. But this was big. This was the kind of secret that would change how they looked at him. Not here, Harry said. Tonight. Common room, after everyone's gone to bed. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Neville, sitting 2 seats down, caught Harry's eye. Harry gave him the smallest nod, and Neville understood. Midnight in the Gryffindor common room. The fire had burned down to embers, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Ron sat in an armchair with his legs drawn up, Hermione perched on the edge of the sofa, and Neville stood by the fireplace, looking nervous but resolute. Harry had checked the dormitory stairs twice and cast a privacy charm he'd found in a second-year textbook. It wasn't much, but it would muffle their voices. "All right," Harry said. He was standing by the window, the moonlight at his back. He'd thought about how to do this, how to explain everything without it becoming a lecture, and decided that the simplest approach was the most honest one. "When I went to Gringotts in July, something happened that Hagrid doesn't know about. That nobody knows about except me and the goblins." He told them. Not everything. Not the specific numbers or the forensic details of the audit. But the shape of it, the inheritance, the 3 houses, the vaults, the properties, the Wisengamot seats. The unauthorized withdrawals. The sealed will. The names attached to the theft. He told them about Lucius Malfoy and the 1.4 million galleons. About Fudge and the property rents. About Dumbledore and the sealed will and the magical guardianship. He told them about Sirius Black and the secret keeper switch and the lack of a trial. When he finished, the common room was very quiet. The fire crackled. An owl hooted somewhere outside. Ron spoke first. "Bloody hell." "Yeah," Harry said. "You own part of the Daily Prophet?" 38%. "You have 6 Wisengamot seats?" 6. Ron leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. "And Malfoy's dad has been stealing from you. For 10 years. Bloody hell." Hermione hadn't said a word. She was sitting very still, her hands clasped in her lap, her eyes bright and hard. Harry recognized the expression. It was the one she wore when she was thinking fast, sorting information, building a structure. "The Heritage Act," she said. "If it passes before you formally claim your properties through the Wisengamot, the Ministry can seize them. Permanently. That's why Fudge introduced it now. Someone told him you've claimed your inheritance, and he's trying to lock you out before you can act." "Yes. Which means someone at Gringotts talked." Harry shook his head. "I don't think so. Ragnok's people are tight. But I've been writing to Augusta Longbottom, and owls can be intercepted. Or someone noticed that the Longbottom seat has been unusually active in correspondence for the first time in years and drew conclusions." "So what do you do?" Neville asked. He'd been quiet through the whole recounting, his face pale but steady. "If they're moving to take your properties, then I move first." Harry reached into his robes and pulled out a piece of parchment, Ragnok's most recent letter, received that morning. "The Goblins have finished the audit of the Diagon Alley properties. All 14 are documented with original deeds, chain of ownership, and current tenancy agreements, none of which were authorized by the actual owner. I also have the Black Estate documentation and the Peveril claim. Everything I need to formally reclaim the seats and the properties through the Wisengamot." "But you're 11, Ron said. "You can't just walk into the Wisengamot and, no. I can't. But a proxy can. Someone who holds the seats in my name until I come of age." Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked back. "My grandmother," Neville said. "I've already asked her. She agreed this morning." Harry held up a second letter, Augusta Longbottom's response, written in her sharp, precise hand. "She's filing the proxy claim tomorrow. Potter and Black seats first, Peveril to follow once the documentation clears. She's taking all 6 seats plus the Longbottom seat into the November session." 7 votes, Neville. That changes the math on everything. Hermione was doing calculations in her head. Harry could almost see it. The Wizengamot has about 50 active seats, right? 7 votes that's a significant block. Especially if you can peel off the moderates who've been voting with Malfoy out of inertia. Exactly. But Lucius will fight it, Neville said. He'll challenge the proxy. He'll say you're too young, that the claim isn't valid, that the goblins have no standing, let him. Every challenge goes through the Wizengamot's legal committee, which requires a full hearing, which means evidence is presented publicly. And the evidence includes the audit. Which shows where all that money went. Ron was grinning now, a fierce, slightly wild grin. You're going to drag Malfoy's dirty laundry out in front of the whole Wizengamot. Not if he backs down. That's the point. The threat of exposure is more useful than exposure itself. If Lucius fights the claim, the audit becomes public record. If he doesn't fight, I get my seats and my properties, and he gets to keep his reputation, for now. That's... Ron searched for the word. That's Slytherin. The Sorting Hat thought so too. Hermione stood up. She paced in front of the fireplace, her shadow jumping on the walls. This is dangerous, Harry. Lucius Malfoy isn't going to just sit back. Even if you've got him cornered legally, he has connections everywhere, the Ministry, the Prophet, maybe even Hogwarts. And Dumbledore, she stopped pacing. Have you talked to Dumbledore? No. Don't you think you should? If he's your magical guardian, he sealed my parents' will, Hermione. He authorized withdrawals from my vault. He put me in a house where my own mother explicitly said I shouldn't be. Whatever his reasons, I don't trust him to put my interests first. The words hung in the air. Hermione's mouth thinned. She wanted to argue, Harry could see it, but she was also too honest to dismiss the evidence. You don't have to trust him, she said finally. But you should understand what he's doing and why. If you're going to outmaneuver him, you need to understand him. I know. That's what worries me. I don't understand him yet. And everything I don't understand is a risk. Neville cleared his throat. There's something else. If Gran goes public with the proxy claim, everyone will know. Not just the Wizengamot, everyone. The papers, the other families, the whole wizarding world. Harry Potter, Lord of 3 Houses, coming to claim what's his. He met Harry's eyes. You won't be the quiet kid in the back of the class anymore. I know. Are you ready for that? Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. The hand-me-down clothes. The feeling of being invisible, not in the magical sense, but in the way that people can be invisible when no one cares enough to see them. I've been invisible my whole life, he said. I'm ready to be seen. Augusta Longbottom filed the proxy claim at 9 o'clock the following morning. By noon, the wizarding world was on fire. Harry found out through the most reliable news service at Hogwarts, the Student Gossip Network, which moved faster than owls and with considerably less accuracy. By the time he sat down for lunch, 3 separate people had told him he'd been named King of the Wizards, 2 others said he'd declared war on the Ministry, and a 6th-year Ravenclaw asked if it was true that he'd bought Hogwarts. I haven't bought Hogwarts, Harry told Ron wearily, pushing food around his plate. But could you? Ron asked with genuine curiosity. That's not the point. The official news came with the Evening Owl Post, a special edition of the Daily Prophet, the headline screaming across the front page in letters an inch tall, Boy Who Lived Claims 3 Ancient Houses Harry Potter, 11, named Lord of Potter, Black, and Peverell family's 6 Wizengamot seats activated for first time in a decade. Dowager Longbottom to serve as proxy. The article was surprisingly accurate. Someone at the Wizengamot registry had leaked the filing documents, though it was wrapped in breathless speculation about what an 11-year-old could possibly want with 6 political seats. A sidebar listed Harry's known holdings in vague terms, carefully avoiding specific numbers but making it clear that the boy who lived was also the richest wizard in Britain. A second article, below the fold, was more interesting. Malfoy Foundation faces questions over Potter estate ties. Gringotts audit reveals irregularities in dormant account management. This one was shorter, more cautious, hedged with legal language. But the implication was clear: money had moved from the Potter vaults to the Malfoy coffers, and someone was asking questions about it. Harry hadn't leaked that. Ragnok had. They'd discussed it in their correspondence, the strategic value of a controlled leak versus a full disclosure. Ragnok had argued for the leak. Let the prophet print the question, he'd written. Malfoy will spend more energy fighting the rumor than he would fighting the fact. Rumors are harder to kill because they have no body. Harry was beginning to appreciate goblin thinking. The Great Hall was chaos. Every student with a prophet subscription was reading, whispering, pointing. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy sat with his head down, his food untouched, while Crabbe and Goyle flanked him like confused bodyguards who'd lost the body they were supposed to guard. At the staff table, Dumbledore ate his dinner with apparent calm. But his eyes, when they found Harry across the hall, were not twinkling. They were assessing. Snape's expression was unreadable, which Harry had learned was its own kind of message. McGonagall looked like she'd swallowed something sharp. Quirrell was twitching more than usual. Harry ate his dinner and pretended not to notice any of it. The summons came at 8 o'clock. A first-year Hufflepuff delivered it, breathless and terrified, as though being asked to carry a note to Harry Potter was the most important thing that had ever happened to her. Harry, I would appreciate a word in my office this evening. The password is Sherbet Lemon. A.D. Ron read it over his shoulder. He's going to try to talk you out of it. Probably. Want us to come? No. This one I do alone. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office leaped aside at the password, and a spiral staircase carried Harry upward to a door that opened before he knocked. The office beyond was circular, cluttered, and alive. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindle-legged tables, portraits of former headmasters dozed in their frames, and a scarlet bird perched on a golden stand beside the desk, watching Harry with eyes like black jewels. Dumbledore sat behind the desk. He looked tired, genuinely tired, not performatively so, and the usual grandfatherly warmth had been replaced by something more careful. Harry. Please, sit down. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Harry sat. The chair was comfortable, too comfortable, the kind of chair designed to make you relax your guard. He sat on its edge. I imagine you know why I've asked you here. The proxy claim. Indeed. Dumbledore laced his fingers together. I must say, you've been rather busy for a first-year student. Augusta Longbottom is a formidable woman. An excellent choice of champion. She volunteered. I'm sure she did. A pause. The silver instrument's word. Harry, I want to be honest with you. I'd appreciate that, sir. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face, a recognition, perhaps, that the boy in front of him was not the boy he'd expected. When your parents died, I made a number of decisions on your behalf. Some of them were right. Some of them, I believed, were right at the time. Like placing me with the Dursleys. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You know about my parents' will? Yes. I've read it. The office went very quiet. Even the silver instruments seemed to hold their breath. Dumbledore stared at Harry for a long moment, and Harry watched something shift behind those blue eyes, surprise, then calculation, then something that might have been respect or might have been alarm. The will was sealed for your protection, Dumbledore said carefully. Whose protection? Mine. Or yours? Yours, Harry. Entirely yours. Your parents were murdered by the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. When Voldemort fell, his followers were still at large, the Lestranges, the Death Eaters who claimed the Imperious Defense, dozens of others. If the wizarding world had known the full extent of the Potter inheritance, you would have become a target not just for revenge but for fortune. Every dark family in Britain would have found a way to gain custody of you, marry you into their line, control your wealth. So your solution was to hide me with muggles who locked me in a cupboard. Dumbledore flinched. It was small, a contraction of the muscles around his eyes, but Harry saw it. The blood wards, Dumbledore said. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection that, I know about the blood wards. I've read about them. They require a blood relative and a home where I'm accepted. The Dursleys didn't accept me. They barely tolerated me. So either the wards were weaker than you thought, or you knew they were imperfect and decided it was good enough. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The phoenix, fox, Harry remembered from his reading, made a soft, low sound. You are remarkably well informed for an 11-year-old, Dumbledore said. I've had good teachers. The goblins are thorough. The goblins have their own interests, Harry. So does everyone. At least the goblins are honest about theirs. That landed. Harry saw it land. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. I did not steal from you, Dumbledore said, and his voice was different now, lower, harder, the grandfather mask slipping. The withdrawals from your vault were used for legitimate purposes. The Order of the Phoenix, a group dedicated to fighting Voldemort, required funding after the war. Surveillance of former Death Eaters, protection of targeted families, intelligence networks. Your parents were founding members. They would have supported, maybe. But they explicitly said in their will that you shouldn't have access to the vault. Explicitly, Professor. By name. Dumbledore closed his eyes. James was always suspicious of authority. Even friendly authority. Was he wrong? The question hung in the air between them. When Dumbledore opened his eyes, Harry saw something he hadn't expected. Not anger. Not defensiveness. Sadness. No, Dumbledore said quietly. Perhaps he wasn't. He rose from his chair and walked to the window. The grounds of Hogwarts stretched below, the lake, the forest, the distant mountains. Moonlight turned everything silver. Harry, I am going to tell you something, and I need you to hear it clearly. Voldemort is not dead. Harry's stomach dropped, but he kept his face still. He was destroyed physically on the night he attacked your family, but his spirit survived. He exists now as something less than a ghost, a wraith, a parasite, clinging to life through means I do not yet fully understand. He will try to return. And when he does, he will come for you. Why me? Because of the prophecy that led him to your parents in the first place. Because you survived what should have killed you. Because, in some way that I am still working to understand, your fates are intertwined. Harry felt the scar prickle. He thought about Quirrell. About the pain that flared every time the man looked at him. Is that why the Philosopher's Stone is in this castle? Harry asked. Dumbledore turned from the window. His expression was genuinely startled. How do you, a three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor on the forbidden corridor? A stone that grants immortality, moved from the most secure bank in the world to a school. You're using it as bait. You think Voldemort, or someone working for him, is going to try to steal it. The office was very, very quiet. You are, Dumbledore said slowly, a most unusual child. I'm a child who's been lied to his whole life. It makes you pay attention. Dumbledore came back to the desk and sat down heavily. He looked old, not in the timeless way he usually did, but genuinely aged, the weight of decades pressing on his shoulders. The stone is bait, yes, he admitted. There is someone in this castle who is working for Voldemort. I have my suspicions. The stone was placed here to draw them out, to force their hand before Voldemort finds another way to return, one that might be less controllable. Quirrell. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. My scar hurts when he looks at me, Harry said flatly. It's the curse scar. It reacts to Voldemort. Which means either Quirrell is Voldemort, or Voldemort is using him somehow. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply looked at Harry. The assessment was gone from his eyes. What replaced it was something Harry couldn't fully read, a mixture of admiration and something almost like grief. "I have monitored Quirrell since the beginning of term," Dumbledore said. "I believe Voldemort's wraith has attached itself to him, is possessing him, in a sense. The turban conceals something. I have not yet acted because I need to understand the nature of the possession before I can safely separate them without killing the host. And in the meantime, he's teaching defense against the dark arts to children. A calculated risk. Everything with you is a calculated risk, isn't it?" Harry's voice was calm but something underneath it was not. "The stone, Quirrell, me. You move us around like pieces on a board. You had 10 years to check on me at the Dursleys. You had 10 years to give Sirius Black a trial. You had 10 years to follow my parents' will. And instead, you made calculations." The name hit like a physical blow. Dumbledore's face went white. "You know about Sirius. I know he's in Azkaban without a trial. I know Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, not Sirius. It's in the will, Professor. The will you sealed." Dumbledore's hand trembled, just once, a fine tremor that he stilled by gripping the edge of the desk. "I sealed the will to protect you, Harry. At the time, you let an innocent man rot in prison because it was convenient. Because if Sirius was free, he'd have custody of me, and you wouldn't be able to control where I lived or how I was raised. That is not, isn't it?" The word cracked across the office like a whip. Harry was on his feet without remembering standing. His heart was hammering and the rings were pulsing against his skin and he could feel something hot and electric building behind his eyes. Dumbledore looked at him across the desk, and Harry saw, with absolute clarity, that the old man was afraid. Not of Harry's anger. Of Harry's accuracy. The moment stretched. Then Harry sat down again. "I'm not going to fight you," Harry said. His voice was level. He'd learned control in the cupboard, learned to push the anger down, to store it somewhere useful. "You're the most powerful wizard in Britain. I'm 11. Fighting you would be stupid. Harry, but I'm not going to be your pawn either. My parents didn't want that. I don't want that. I'm going to claim what's mine, protect what I can, and try to do it without burning everything down. If Voldemort is coming back, I'd rather face him with resources than without." He stood again, and this time it was deliberate. "One more thing. I'm going to get Sirius Black a trial. A real one, with evidence, in front of the full Wizengamot. If he's innocent, and my parents will says he is, then he goes free. And then he and I are going to have a conversation about where I live." Harry walked to the door. He put his hand on the handle and stopped. "Professor. The stone. Whatever's going to happen with Quirrell, I'd rather know about it than be surprised by it. I'm going to find out either way. You can control how, or you can watch me do it on my own." He left without waiting for an answer. The corridor outside Dumbledore's office was cold and dark, and Harry stood in it for a long moment, letting his heartbeat slow. His hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against the stone wall until they stopped. That had been terrifying. Dumbledore's presence was like standing next to a bonfire. You could feel the power even when it was banked, even when the old man was sitting quietly behind a desk. And Harry had just told him, to his face, that he'd been wrong about everything. But it needed to be said. And the fact that Dumbledore had listened, had flinched, had gone pale, had looked old and sad and afraid, told Harry something important. Dumbledore knew he'd made mistakes. He just hadn't expected anyone to call him on it. Harry made it back to Gryffindor Tower at nearly midnight. Ron was waiting in the common room, pretending to do homework. Well, he admitted to the vault withdrawals. Said it was for his anti-Voldemort group. And he admitted the stone is bait for Quirrell, who's apparently being possessed by Voldemort. Ron's quill slipped out of his fingers. Sorry, what? Voldemort. Living on the back of Quirrell's head. Under the turban. That's. Ron made a sound that wasn't quite a word. That's actually the worst thing I've ever heard. It gets worse. Dumbledore knows and he's letting it happen so he can study the possession. While Quirrell teaches kids. While Quirrell teaches kids. Ron picked up his quill, put it down again, and said, with feeling, adults are mental. Yeah, Harry agreed. They really are. The following days were a blur of consequence and reaction. Augusta Longbottom's proxy claim was formally accepted by the Wisengamot's administrative office on Thursday. The paperwork was unassailable, backed by Gringotts documentation and verified by blood magic, and the response was immediate. Lucius Malfoy filed a formal challenge on Friday. The challenge was elegant, Harry had to admit. Lucius didn't attack the inheritance directly, that would have been suicidal given the blood verification, but he challenged the proxy appointment on procedural grounds. He argued that a minor's proxy must be approved by the minor's magical guardian, and since Harry's magical guardian was Albus Dumbledore, Augusta Longbottom's appointment was invalid without Dumbledore's signature. It was clever because it put Dumbledore in an impossible position. If Dumbledore signed off on the proxy, he was legitimizing Harry's independence. If he refused, he was publicly opposing the boy who lived, and the sealed will, which was now a matter of public record thanks to Augusta's filing, made it very clear that Dumbledore's guardianship was itself in violation of the parents' wishes. The story broke in the Prophet on Saturday morning, and the Great Hall buzzed with it. Harry read the article calmly while Hermione dissected the legal arguments and Ron provided colorful commentary about the Malfoy family's likely emotional state. Draco hasn't eaten breakfast in 2 days, Ron observed with satisfaction. Don't gloat, Harry said. This isn't about Draco. I'm not gloating. I'm observing. Observantly. Harry caught Draco's eye across the hall. The blond boy looked haggard, dark circles, a tightness around his mouth that made him look older than 11. For a moment, something almost like pity stirred in Harry's chest. Draco hadn't chosen his father. Hadn't chosen any of this. Then Draco looked away, his jaw set, and the moment passed. The counter-move came from an unexpected direction. Harry was in the library that evening, researching proxy law in a book Hermione had found, Wisengamot Procedures and Protocols, revised edition, when a shadow fell across his table. Mr. Potter. Professor Snape stood over him like a pillar of black fabric and barely contained hostility. His dark eyes flicked to the book Harry was reading, and something shifted in his expression. A word. My office. It wasn't a request. Harry closed the book, shouldered his bag, and followed Snape down to the dungeons. The potions office was cold and cluttered, shelves of jars containing things Harry didn't want to identify, a desk buried under papers, the faint smell of formaldehyde and something floral. Snape closed the door, cast a privacy ward with a flick of his wand, and turned to face Harry. You are playing a dangerous game, Snape said. I'm not playing anything, Professor. Don't insult my intelligence, Potter. You've been planning this since July. The Goblins, Longbottom, the proxy claim, it's coordinated. Sophisticated. Not the work of a child. Children are underestimated. That's kind of the point. Snape's lip curled, but it wasn't quite a sneer. It was something more complicated. Your father was arrogant. Reckless. He stumbled through life on charm and luck and the conviction that everything would work out because he was James Potter and the world owed him a favor. I'm not my father. I've said that. No. You're not. Snape studied him with an intensity that was almost clinical. You're your mother. Harry went very still. Lily Evans didn't stumble into anything, Snape said, and his voice had changed, lower, rougher, as if the words were being dragged out of somewhere deep. She planned. She watched. She understood people, what they wanted, what they feared, how to use both. She was the most brilliant witch of her generation, and half the people in her life never realized it because she let them think she was simply kind. You loved her, Harry said. It came out before he could stop it. He hadn't meant to say it. But the way Snape talked about his mother, the raw, cracked edge of it, there was only one explanation. Snape's face went white. For a terrible moment, Harry thought the man was going to curse him. His hand twitched toward his wand, his whole body rigid with something that could have been rage or agony. Then it passed. Snape exhaled through his nose and looked away. I am not going to discuss that with an 11-year-old. Fair enough. What I am going to tell you is this: Lucius Malfoy is not your most dangerous enemy. He is venal, he is clever, but he is predictable. Your most dangerous enemy is the man in the turban. Harry's pulse quickened. You know about Quirrell. I have known since the start of term. The Dark Lord's presence is recognizable to those of us who have felt it before. Snape's hand moved unconsciously to his left forearm, and Harry understood, with a cold rush of clarity, what that meant. You were a Death Eater. Snape's jaw clenched. I was. I am not now. That is all you need to know. It's really not. It is all you are going to get. Snape leaned against his desk, crossing his arms. Dumbledore trusts me. Whether you do is irrelevant. What is relevant is that I am the only person in this castle actively monitoring Quirrell, and I am telling you, whatever political games you're playing with the Wizengamot, keep one eye on the 3rd floor. The Dark Lord is not patient, and he will not wait for your legal maneuvers to resolve themselves. Is that a warning or a threat? It is a statement of fact from someone who has seen what happens when clever people focus on the wrong enemy. Snape's voice dropped. Your mother made that mistake. She was so busy worrying about the politics, the prophecy, the spy and the order, who to trust, that when the Dark Lord came to her door, she had nowhere left to run. The words hit Harry like a slap. He swallowed hard. I'm not going to ignore Quirrell, he said. But I'm not going to ignore Malfoy either. Or Fudge. Or anyone else who's been feeding off my family for 10 years. Then you'd better be as clever as you think you are. Because unlike your mother, you don't have the luxury of being underestimated anymore. As of this morning's prophet, every interested party in Britain knows exactly who you are and what you're claiming. The target on your back just tripled in size. Harry met his eyes. I know. Good. Get out of my office. Harry got. He walked the dungeon corridors back toward Gryffindor Tower with his mind churning. Snape was right, about the danger, about the target, about the need to watch Quirrell. But Snape was also, Harry suspected, not telling him everything. The former Death Eater, the man who'd loved his mother, the spy who served Dumbledore, Snape had more layers than an onion and probably smelled worse too. Still. The warning was real. Harry could feel it. He detoured past the 3rd floor corridor on his way back. The door was locked, as always, and from behind it came the faint sound of heavy breathing, 3 sets of lungs, in and out, the rhythm of something massive at rest. The 3-headed dog. Fluffy, Hagrid had accidentally let slip during a conversation about magical creatures last week. A 3-headed dog named Fluffy. Guarding a trapdoor. Behind which lay the Philosopher's Stone. Harry pressed his hand flat against the door. He could feel the magic in the wood, layers of enchantment, ward after ward, laid down with precision and power. Dumbledore's work. But also, and this was interesting, other signatures. Different magical textures. Multiple teachers had contributed protections. Which meant multiple teachers knew about the stone. Including Snape. And Quirrell. Harry pulled his hand back and kept walking. That night, he wrote 2 letters. The first was to Ragnok, the proxy challenge is filed. Malfoy is using the magical guardian angle. I need leverage, something that forces Dumbledore to sign off on the proxy rather than blocking it. The sealed will helps, but I need more. Is there any record of the original blood ward magic at Privet Drive? If the wards are documented as weakened or failed, which they should be, given the conditions of my living situation, it undermines the entire justification for placing me there and, by extension, Dumbledore's guardianship claim. If the guardianship is invalid, the proxy doesn't need his signature. On a separate matter, Quirrell is confirmed as the threat to the stone. Dumbledore knows, Snape knows, and I suspect others do as well. If Voldemort returns to a physical form through the stone, the political landscape changes completely. Everything we're building with the Wizengamot becomes irrelevant if there's a Dark Lord walking around again. I need to understand what happens if the stone is destroyed. Does Flamel die? Does that matter strategically? The second letter was to Augusta Longbottom. Malfoy has filed the proxy challenge as expected. The magical guardian angle is his strongest play. I'm working on undermining the guardianship itself, but that takes time. In the meantime, I need you to do something that will make Lucius uncomfortable. File a motion to unseal all Wizengamot records related to the imprisonment of Sirius Black. No trial was held. That's a matter of public record. Frame it as a procedural review, a routine audit of cases from the war period. Make it boring. Make it bureaucratic. Make it the kind of thing that Fudge will approve because it looks harmless. It isn't harmless. If those records are unsealed, they'll show that Bartemius Crouch sent a man to Azkaban without evidence. They'll raise questions about the entire post-war justice process. And most importantly, they'll open the door for me to present my parents' will, which names the real secret keeper, in an official proceeding. This isn't just about Sirius. If Black is exonerated, he's my godfather. He has legal custody. Dumbledore's guardianship evaporates. The proxy challenge dies. And we get all 6 seats without needing anyone's permission. Be careful. Malfoy will try to block this. He was a Death Eater who bought his way out. Any reopening of war-era cases threatens him personally. He sent both letters with Hedwig, watched her disappear into the night sky, and pulled the blankets up to his chin. Halloween was in 2 weeks. He didn't know why that felt significant, but his scar was prickling faintly, a low background hum that had been growing stronger all month, and somewhere in the castle, behind a door on the 3rd floor, a 3-headed dog breathed in its sleep, guarding a stone that could make the dead immortal. Harry closed his eyes and tried to plan for everything. He knew he couldn't. But the trying was the thing, the careful, methodical laying of track before the train came hurtling down the line. 3 houses. 6 seats. 21 million galleons. A godfather in prison. A Dark Lord in a turban. A headmaster playing chess with people's lives. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, lying in a 4-poster bed in a tower in Scotland, feeling the invisible rings pulse against his skin like promises. He didn't sleep for a long time. When he finally did, he dreamed of a locked door and a trapdoor and a voice, thin, cold, barely human, whispering from the dark, "I know you're there, boy. I've always known." Harry woke with his scar burning and the taste of metal in his mouth. Dawn was breaking over the mountains, gray and gold, and he lay in the silence between his friends breathing and watched the light crawl across the ceiling and told himself, with a certainty that felt like armor, "I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore." It wasn't entirely true. But it was getting closer. Chapter 4, The Old Alliance. Halloween arrived with the smell of baked pumpkin drifting through every corridor and a nervous electricity that Harry couldn't entirely attribute to the holiday. His scar had been a low, constant throb for 3 days now, not the sharp flare that came when Quirrell looked at him, but something deeper, a pressure behind the bone, as though something on the other side of it was pressing closer. He sat in the great hall that morning, pushing scrambled eggs around his plate, and tried to focus on the conversation around him. Ron was debating with Seamus Finnegan about whether charms or transfiguration was harder. Hermione was reading ahead in their defense textbook with the grim determination of someone preparing for war. Neville was trying to feed toast to Trevor the Toad, who was having none of it. Normal. Everything looked normal. The goblin owl arrived during the morning post, cutting through the flock of school owls like a knife through silk. It dropped a thin envelope into Harry's lap and vanished before anyone but Hermione noticed. "Another one?" she murmured. Harry palmed the letter and opened it under the table. Ragnok's handwriting, tight and angular. "Potter, the blood ward analysis is complete. Our curse breakers examined the residual signature at Privet Drive remotely. Goblin magic does not require physical access, a fact the Ministry has never appreciated. The wards are functional but degraded. They operate at approximately 40% of their theoretical capacity. The primary cause is environmental. The wards require genuine familial acceptance to maintain full strength. The ambient emotional conditions at the residence are, to use the technical term, hostile. In plain language, the wards work, but barely. Dumbledore's justification for placing you there holds only if you accept the premise that weak protection is better than no protection. Given that the Potter and Black estates include at least 4 properties with superior wardable foundations, the argument collapses. I have prepared a formal report suitable for Wisengamot submission. Augusta Longbottom has it. On the matter of Sirius Black, the Longbottom motion to unseal the imprisonment records has been filed and accepted for hearing at the November session. Lucius Malfoy moved to block it. He was overruled. The motion was framed as procedural review, and even Fudge couldn't justify blocking a routine audit without looking like he had something to hide. The November session is in 3 weeks. Everything converges there, the proxy challenge, the Black records, and Fudge's Heritage Act. Be ready. One final item. Nicholas Flamel has been in contact with us. He is aware that the stone has been moved to Hogwarts and is, to put it mildly, unhappy. He has requested a meeting with you. I told him you were 11 and at school. He said, and I quote, "I was doing considerably more interesting things at 11. He is 665 years old and entirely insufferable. I like him." Ragnok. Harry folded the letter and slipped it into his robes. 3 weeks. Everything in 3 weeks. He looked up and found Dumbledore watching him from the staff table. The headmaster's expression was neutral, a careful, studied blankness that was itself a kind of message. Since their confrontation in his office, Dumbledore had maintained a polite distance. He hadn't blocked the proxy claim. He hadn't signed off on it either. He was waiting, watching, calculating, playing the long game that Harry's father had warned about. Harry met his eyes and gave a slight nod. Acknowledging, not deferring. It was a language they were both learning. The day passed uneventfully until it didn't. The troll came at dinner. Harry was reaching for a bread roll when the doors of the great hall burst open and Quirrell came sprinting in, turban askew, face grey with terror, or a performance of terror so convincing it amounted to the same thing. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He crumpled to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted. Students screamed. Chairs scraped. A plate shattered somewhere. Dumbledore was on his feet, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Silence. And the room obeyed. "Prefects, lead your houses to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." The words were calm, authoritative, designed to project control. Harry followed them and found them wanting. He grabbed Ron's arm as the Gryffindors surged toward the door. "Hermione." Ron's face went blank. "What?" "Hermione's not here. She's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. She was upset about something you said in Charms." Ron went white. "Oh no. The bathroom's near the dungeons." They didn't discuss it. They just went. The corridor was empty, all the students had been herded upward, all the teachers downward, and Harry and Ron moved fast through the torchlit passageways toward the ground floor bathroom. Harry's wand was in his hand. He could feel it humming against his palm, the Hollywood warm, the phoenix feather core vibrating with something that might have been eagerness. They smelled the troll before they saw it. A thick, foul stench, like old socks and an open sewer, rolling down the corridor in an almost visible wave. Then they heard the footsteps. Heavy, slow, each one sending a tremor through the floor. The mountain troll was 12 feet tall and gray as old concrete. It carried a wooden club the size of a tree trunk and moved with the dull, aimless aggression of something too stupid to be afraid. It was shuffling toward the girls' bathroom. "It's going in," Ron whispered. The troll pushed through the door. A scream split the air, Hermione's scream, high and terrified, and Harry stopped thinking and started moving. He ran through the door. The bathroom was chaos, shattered sinks, water spraying from broken pipes, Hermione backed against the far wall with her hands over her head as the troll swung its club and demolished a row of stalls. "Oi!" Ron yelled from behind Harry, picking up a piece of broken pipe and hurling it at the troll's back. "Over here, you ugly," the troll turned. Its small, stupid eyes found Ron, and it raised its club. Harry didn't think about strategy. He didn't think about politics or Wisengamot seats or 21 million galleons. He thought about Hermione pressed against the wall, and he raised his wand, and he did the first thing that came to mind. Wingardium Leviosa. He aimed at the club. The spell caught it at the top of the troll's swing, 12 feet in the air, a massive slab of wood that weighed more than Harry did, and the troll's hand closed on nothing. The club hung in the air for a heartbeat. Then Harry cut the spell. The club dropped. Straight down. Onto the troll's head. The crack was enormous. The troll swayed like a felled tree, its eyes crossing, and then it toppled forward and hit the floor with a crash that shook water from the broken pipes. The club rolled away. The troll didn't move. Silence. Water dripping. Harry's heartbeat in his ears. "Is it dead?" Ron asked, his voice very small. "Knocked out," Harry said. He wasn't sure how he knew. "I think." Hermione hadn't moved from the wall. Her face was white and streaked with tears and dust, and she was trembling so badly that Harry could see it from across the room. He crossed to her and held out his hand. "You all right?" She took his hand. Her grip was fierce, her fingers cold. "You came for me." "Course we did. You could have been killed." "Not by a troll," Ron said, and he was grinning now, the wild adrenaline grin of someone who's just survived something stupid. "Trolls are thick. I could have taken it myself." "You threw a pipe at it," Harry pointed out. "A strategically aimed pipe." Hermione laughed. It was a wet, shaky sound, halfway between laughter and a sob, and she didn't let go of Harry's hand. The teachers arrived 30 seconds later, McGonagall first, ashen-faced, Snape behind her, limping slightly and favoring his right leg, Quirrell last, pressing a handkerchief to his face with theatrical revulsion. McGonagall took in the scene, the unconscious troll, the destroyed bathroom, 3 first-years standing in the wreckage, and her lips compressed into a line so thin it nearly disappeared. "What on earth were you thinking?" Hermione spoke before Harry or Ron could. She stepped forward, chin up, and delivered a lie so smooth and convincing that Harry nearly believed it himself. She'd gone looking for the troll because she'd read about them and thought she could handle it. Harry and Ron had come to find her. McGonagall awarded 5 points to Gryffindor for each of the boys, for sheer dumb luck, and deducted 5 from Hermione for a serious lack of judgment. It was, Harry thought, the most Scottish form of praise he'd ever encountered. As they left the bathroom, Harry glanced back. Snape was examining the troll with his wand drawn, his expression unreadable. And Quirrell was watching Harry. Not with nervousness. Not with the twitchy, stammering facade he wore like a costume. With hunger. Harry felt his scar flare, a bright, hot spike of pain, and looked away first. In the corridor, once the teachers were out of earshot, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione into an alcove. "Quirrell let the troll in," he said. Ron frowned. "How do you know?" "He's the defense teacher." He's supposed to be an expert on dark creatures. He ran into the great hall screaming about a troll and then fainted. Does that sound like someone who's surprised, or someone who's performing? Hermione's eyes widened. A diversion. He wanted everyone in the great hall or in the dungeons. While the troll kept everyone busy, he could get to the third floor. Harry finished. Snape figured it out too. Did you see his leg? He was limping. He went after Quirrell and ran into the dog. Snape's trying to stop Quirrell. Ron looked like the world had turned upside down. Snape. Snape's on our side. Sort of. In his own horrible way. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Look, Quirrell is going to try again. The troll was a test, a trial run to see how the school reacts to a crisis, where the gaps are, how long it takes the teachers to mobilize. Next time, he'll be better prepared. So what do we do? Hermione asked. For now. Nothing. We watch. We wait. The November Wisengamot session is in 3 weeks, that's where the real battle is. But we keep our eyes on the third floor. If Quirrell makes another move, I want to know about it. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, the three of them side by side, and something had shifted between them. The troll had burned away the last traces of formality, of careful distance. Ron and Hermione had followed him into a room with a mountain troll in it. That meant something that went deeper than friendship. Harry felt the rings pulse against his skin, 3 heartbeats, steady and warm, and thought, this is what an alliance feels like. Not contracts and proxies and Wisengamot seats. This. He filed the feeling away in a safe place. November arrived grey and bitter, and the castle hunkered down against the wind. The grounds froze. The lake developed a skin of ice that the giant squid occasionally cracked from beneath with what Harry interpreted as annoyance. Quidditch season started, and Harry, recruited by McGonagall after a flying lesson incident that had become school legend within an hour, found himself the youngest seeker in a century, strapped to a broom he barely knew how to control, facing down a sport he'd never heard of 6 months ago. The first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and it nearly killed him. Not because of the other team. Because of Quirrell. Harry was 200 feet in the air, scanning for the snitch, when his broom jerked. Not the normal turbulence of wind, a sharp, violent lurch that nearly threw him sideways. He gripped the handle and the broom bucked again, harder, like a horse trying to throw its rider. His feet slipped from the stirrups. His fingers burned against the wood. Below, the crowd gasped. Harry couldn't hear them over the wind and the hammering of his own heart. The broom was rolling now, spinning in tight circles, and he could feel the magic in it being fought, his own control wrestling with something else, something external, something that was pulling the broom's enchantment apart strand by strand. He looked down. In the stands, 2 figures had their eyes locked on him with the fixed, unblinking intensity of spellwork. Quirrell. And Snape. Both of them were mouthing words. Both of them had the rigid, concentrated posture of someone maintaining a sustained charm. But only one of them was trying to kill him, and from 200 feet up, Harry couldn't tell which. The broom dropped. Harry's stomach rose into his throat. He dangled from one hand, the wind tearing at his robes, the ground a sickening distance below, and then it stopped. The broom steadied. The malicious pull vanished as suddenly as it had come. Harry hauled himself back on, shaking, and saw why. Hermione had set Snape's robes on fire. He spotted it from the air, a bloom of blue flame at the hem of Snape's cloak, the man leaping up, breaking eye contact, and in the confusion, Quirrell's concentration breaking too. The hex collapsed. Harry didn't have time to think about it. Something gold flashed at the edge of his vision, the snitch, barely a foot from the ground, and he dived. The wind screamed. The ground rushed up. He pulled out of the dive at the last possible second, his fingers closing around the struggling golden ball, and the crowd erupted. Gryffindor won, 170-60. Harry was carried off the pitch on the shoulders of the Weasley twins, the snitch still clenched in his fist, and he laughed because it was impossible not to, because flying was the most incredible thing he'd ever experienced and nearly dying made it even better. But later, in the changing room, when the euphoria faded, the cold settled back in. Someone had hexed his broom. Quirrell or Snape or both. In front of the entire school, in broad daylight, someone had tried to throw him off a broomstick 200 feet in the air. Hermione found him afterward, breathless and guilty. "I set Snape's robes on fire," she said. "I noticed. I thought it was him. He was staring at you and his lips were moving. He was doing a counter-jinx," Harry said. He was almost sure of it now. Quirrell was the one hexing the broom. "Snape was trying to save me." "How do you know that?" "Because when Snape's attention broke, the broom got worse for a second before Quirrell lost focus too. If Snape had been the one hexing me, breaking his concentration would have helped immediately. It didn't." Hermione stared at him. "You worked that out while dangling from a broom by one hand." "I work well under pressure." She made a sound that was half admiration and half exasperation, and Harry grinned at her, and for a moment the weight of everything lifted just enough to breathe. 2 weeks before the Wizengamot session, Ragnok sent a package. It arrived not by owl but by goblin courier, a small, sharp-featured creature in a dark suit who materialized at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds at dawn, waited until Harry came out for an early morning walk, a habit he'd developed to read correspondence away from curious eyes, and handed him a leather satchel without a word before vanishing with a crack that sounded nothing like apparition. Inside the satchel, a bound document roughly an inch thick, labeled Potter Estate Audit, Final Report, and a letter from Ragnok. "Potter, the full audit is enclosed. I will spare you the executive summary, as you are irritatingly capable of reading it yourself, but the key findings are: total unauthorized withdrawals from Potter and Black Vaults, 1981 to 1991, 3,214,888 galleons. Primary recipients, Malfoy Heritage Foundation, 1,402,000, Ministry General Fund, Fudge Discretionary, 847,000, Order of the Phoenix Operational Account, managed by A. Dumbledore, 611,000, miscellaneous smaller transfers to 17 other accounts, 354,888. Diagon Alley Properties, all 14 have been generating rent continuously. Total collected, 623,000 galleons, none deposited to Potter accounts. Black Estate Properties, 12, Grimmauld Place has been placed under Fidelius by Dumbledore, unauthorized. The Black Estate in Wiltshire has been occupied since 1985 by persons unknown. We suspect ministry use but cannot confirm without physical inspection. Additionally, we have identified an irregularity in the Nimbus Racing Broom Company. The Potter 22% stake should carry board representation. It has not been exercised. In the absence of Potter representation, the remaining shareholders, including a 15% stake held by the Malfoy family, have controlled the board. They have been paying themselves management fees from company profits that should have been distributed to all shareholders, including the Potter estate. Estimated loss, 180,000 galleons. The total recovery claim, including interest and penalties under Goblin commercial law, approximately 5,200,000 galleons. I recommend presenting this at the November session as a supporting document to the proxy claim. The effect will be significant. Regarding Sirius Black, Augusta Longbottom's motion to unseal the imprisonment records passed the preliminary committee yesterday. The full hearing is confirmed for the November session. Malfoy voted against. He was outvoted 4-3. He is running out of fingers to plug holes in the dam. Regarding Nicholas Flamel, he will be at Gringotts on December 21st. He has asked me to extend an invitation for you to join him. Christmas holidays begin December 20th. If you choose to remain at Hogwarts, a secure port key can be arranged. Flamel says he has something to show you that relates to your Peveril inheritance. I do not know what it is. This irritates me. Ragnok Harry sat on a cold stone bench by the lake, the audit report heavy in his hands, and read it cover to cover. It took 2 hours. When he finished, the sun was fully up and students were drifting across the grounds toward the greenhouses. 5.2 million galleons. That was what they'd taken from him. From the orphan in the cupboard, the boy with the broken glasses, the child who'd never had a birthday present. He closed the report and pressed his fingers to his eyes. The anger was there, it was always there now, a banked fire behind his ribs, but it was controlled. Channeled. Every galleon in that report was a weapon he could use. He wrote back to Ragnok, "I'll be at Gringotts on December 21st. Please arrange the portkey. Present the audit at the November session through Augusta. Full document, no redactions. Let them see all of it. And tell Flamel I'm looking forward to meeting him." The November Gringotts session fell on a Saturday. Harry couldn't attend, he was 11 and at school, but Augusta Longbottom's letters kept him informed in near real time through a clever bit of goblin magic, a paired parchment that updated itself as she wrote on its twin. Harry sat in the room of requirement, which Neville had found by accident 2 weeks ago, pacing a corridor on the 7th floor while desperate for a bathroom, a discovery that had cemented Harry's belief that Neville Longbottom was the luckiest unlucky person alive, and watched the words appear on the parchment as Augusta wrote them from the Gringotts chamber. 9:02, session called to order. Fudge presiding. He looks nervous. Good. 9:15, Heritage Act introduced for debate. Malfoy speaks in favor. Standard speech about preserving wizarding tradition and responsible asset management. Translation, he wants to keep stealing your things. 9:28, I rise to speak against. I present the proxy claim for Houses Potter, Black, and Peveril. I table the Gringotts audit as supporting evidence. 9:29, silence. Beautiful, beautiful silence. 9:34, Malfoy objects. Challenges the proxy on guardianship grounds. I present the blood ward analysis showing Dumbledore's placement justification is compromised. I present the sealed will showing Dumbledore's guardianship violates parental wishes. I move that the guardianship be reviewed. 9:40, Dumbledore is here. He is watching but not speaking. I cannot read his expression and I have been reading faces for 60 years. 9:45, Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, good woman, fair, asks to see the audit. I submit it to the record. The clerk begins reading key findings aloud. 9:47, Malfoy's face. Harry, I wish you could see Malfoy's face. 9:52, the clerk reaches the Malfoy Heritage Foundation transfers. 1.4 million galleons. The chamber reacts. Malfoy stands to object, calls it a fabrication, demands Goblin testimony be excluded as unreliable. Bones overrules him. Goblin financial records are admissible under the Treaty of 1743. Malfoy knows this. He's stalling. 10:05, Fudge calls a recess. He's sweating. The Heritage Act is dead, no one is going to vote to give the Ministry permanent custody of Potter assets when the audit shows what the Ministry has been doing with them. But Fudge doesn't withdraw the act. He's too proud or too stupid. Possibly both. 10:20, recess ends. I move to the Black Records unsealment. Present the motion. Malfoy objects again. He's fighting on two fronts now and losing both. 10:35, Bones speaks in favor of unsealment. She says, and this is remarkable, that she has reviewed the DMLE archives and found no record of a trial for Sirius Black. Not sealed. Not classified. Absent. No trial was ever conducted. 10:36, the chamber erupts. Even the traditionalist bloc looks shaken. Sending a man to Azkaban without trial is not a political preference, it is a fundamental violation of wizarding law. 10:42, the unsealment passes. 34-12, Malfoy votes against. He is nearly alone. 10:50, I present the proxy claim for a final vote. Malfoy makes his guardianship challenge. Dumbledore stands. Harry's heart stopped. He stared at the parchment, waiting for the next words to appear. 10:51, Dumbledore says, I withdraw my objection to the proxy. Mrs. Longbottom has my confidence. 10:52, I am not sure what just happened. Dumbledore essentially surrendered his guardianship claim in one sentence. Malfoy's challenge collapses. Without the Guardian's objection, there is no procedural basis for the challenge. 10:55, the proxy is approved. 38-8, you now have 6 active Wisengamot seats, effective immediately. 11 o'clock, the Heritage Act comes to a vote. It fails. 41-5, Fudge looks like he's going to be sick. 11:02, I am leaving the chamber now. Lucius Malfoy is speaking to his solicitor in the corridor. He has not looked at me. If he did, I would smile, and I suspect that would be unwise. Harry, we won. Not everything, not yet. But the foundation is laid. Your seats are active. The black records are unsealed. The audit is public record. And Dumbledore just gave you something I did not expect, room to move. Do not waste it. Augusta Harry set the parchment down. His hands were shaking. He pressed them flat on the table and breathed, in, out, until the tremor passed. They won. Ron and Hermione burst into the room of requirement 10 minutes later. Harry had told them where to find him, and he showed them the parchment. Hermione read it twice, her eyes growing wider with each line. Ron let out a whoop that echoed off the stone walls. 41-5. Malfoy got demolished. It's not over, Harry said, but he was smiling. He couldn't help it. Malfoy still has money, connections, and the ear of half the ministry. Fudge is still minister. And the black trial hasn't happened yet, just the unsealment. But it's coming, Hermione said. The records are open. If there's no trial documentation, Bones will push for a hearing. She has to, it's her department's credibility on the line. And Dumbledore? Ron asked. Why'd he back off? Harry had been thinking about that. Because he realized that fighting me publicly would cost him more than letting me win. If he'd blocked the proxy, the audit would have put his name next to Malfoy's. 600,000 galleons from my vault to his order, without my consent. He'd have been defending himself instead of fighting Voldemort. So he sacrificed the pawn to save the king, Hermione said quietly. His favorite move. Harry rolled up the parchment. But this time, the pawn didn't need his permission. December arrived, and with it the crystalline cold of a Scottish Highland winter. The castle was draped in frost, the corridors drafty, the common rooms perpetually crowded as students huddled near fireplaces. Harry signed up to stay at Hogwarts over Christmas. Ron was going home to the Burrow, Hermione to her parents, but on the evening of December 20th, instead of settling into the quiet of a nearly empty Gryffindor tower, Harry slipped down to the entrance hall after curfew. The portkey was waiting where Ragnok had said it would be, a small bronze coin wedged into a crack in the castle's outer wall, invisible to anyone who didn't know to look. Harry touched it at exactly 10 p.m. and felt the familiar hook-behind-the-navel sensation that the Goblins' travel magic produced. He landed in a room he didn't recognize, not the small chamber from his first visit, but something grander. High ceilings. Dark stone walls lined with tapestries depicting scenes of Goblin history, battles and forges and vast underground cities lit by fire. A long table dominated the center, set with crystal glasses and decanters of something amber. Ragnok stood at the head of the table. Beside him, in a chair that seemed comically large for the small, ancient man sitting in it, was someone Harry had never seen before. Nicholas Flamel looked like a strong wind would finish him off. He was thin to the point of translucence, his skin like old paper, his hair a wispy white cloud around a skull that seemed too fragile for the sharp, bright eyes that peered out of it. He wore robes that might have been fashionable 6 centuries ago and a pair of spectacles that made Dumbledore's look restrained. He stood when Harry entered, and despite his frailty, the movement was fluid. Graceful. As if the body was old but the thing inside it was not. "Harry Potter," Flamel said. His voice was clear and firm, nothing like his appearance suggested. "You look exactly like your grandfather." "Not your father, everyone says that, your grandfather." Fleamont had the same way of walking into a room as if he'd already worked out where the exits were. "You knew my grandfather?" "I knew your great-great-great-grandmother." "Charming woman. Terrible at cards." Flamel extended a hand that was all bone and sinew. His grip was surprisingly strong. "Sit down. We have a great deal to discuss and I'm 665 years old, so forgive me if I skip the pleasantries." Harry sat. Ragnok poured something amber into 3 glasses and took his own seat at the head of the table. "I'll start," Flamel said, "because Ragnok will never get to the point. He enjoys the journey too much. A goblin failing." He ignored Ragnok's narrow-eyed look and fixed Harry with those bright, ancient eyes. "My stone is in your school." "I know. Albus moved it there without my consent. He told me it was for safekeeping." "He lied. It's bait. He's using it to draw out Voldemort's current host, the unfortunate man with the turban, and he's relying on a series of protections designed by his staff, most of which a competent second year could defeat." "I'd noticed." "You would. You're a Peverell." Flamel leaned forward. "Do you know what that means?" "Not the name. Not the seats or the vault. What it means. I know the fairy tale. 3 brothers. Death. The Deathly Hallows." Flamel's expression sharpened. "It's not a fairy tale. The Hallows are real. The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. The Cloak of Invisibility. 3 objects created, or acquired, depending on whom you ask, by the Peverell brothers in the 13th century. Each one a masterwork. Each one capable of things that conventional magic cannot explain." Harry felt the Peverell ring pulse against his skin. "And I'm their descendant. Through Ignotus. The youngest brother. The one who asked for the cloak." Flamel sat back. "The cloak is yours. It's been in the Potter family for generations, passed from parent to child. Your father had it. When he died, Albus took it, for safekeeping, naturally. Another thing Dumbledore had taken. Harry added it to the list. The Elder Wand, Flamel continued, has passed through many hands over the centuries. It's currently held by Albus himself. He won it from Grindelwald in 1945. He's never spoken of it publicly. And the Resurrection Stone?" Flamel exchanged a glance with Ragnok. "Lost. Or hidden. The last confirmed sighting was in the late 19th century, set into a ring belonging to the Gaunt family, descendants of Cadmus Peverell, the second brother. The Gaunts are extinct. Their last known member was Tom Riddle," Harry said. Flamel blinked. "You know that name? Voldemort's real name. I found it in a genealogy book in the Hogwarts library. Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of Mary P. Gaunt and Tom Riddle Sr. He's a half-blood who pretends to be a pure-blood supremacist. It would be funny if it weren't so murderous." Ragnok made a sound that might have been a laugh. Flamel studied Harry with renewed interest. "Ragnok told me you were sharp. He undersold it." Flamel tapped his fingers on the table, a quick, nervous rhythm. "Here's why I'm telling you this. The stone, my stone, the Philosopher's Stone, is not what people think it is. Oh, it works as advertised. Turns lead to gold, produces the elixir of life, all that. But it's also a Peverell artifact." Harry went very still. "I didn't create it from nothing," Flamel said. "I found it. In 1382, in a cache of Peveril documents and objects that I purchased from a very dodgy wizard in Prague. The stone was among them, inert, waiting. It took me 40 years to activate it. The activation required a blood sacrifice, my own blood, willingly given, and what I learned in those 40 years of study was that the stone was designed by Ignotus Peveril as a counterweight to the other two Hallows. A counterweight? The Elder Wand is power. The Resurrection Stone, the Gaunt Ring Stone, not mine, is knowledge, of a sort. My stone, the Philosopher's Stone, is preservation. Together, the three Hallows are a system, the power to act, the wisdom to understand, and the means to endure. Separately, each one is dangerous. The Elder Wand drives its wielders to violence. The Resurrection Stone drives them to madness. And the Philosopher's Stone, he smiled thinly, drives them to obsession. I should know. I've spent 6 centuries guarding it. And now it's in a school, Harry said, being used as bait by a man who already has one Hallow and apparently wants to control the game around the other two. Now you see my concern. Harry looked at Ragnok. The goblin's face was unreadable, but his fingers were steepled in front of him, a posture Harry had learned meant he was waiting for Harry to reach a conclusion. Dumbledore has the Elder Wand, Harry said slowly. Voldemort is trying to get the Philosopher's Stone. And the Resurrection Stone is lost, probably with the Gaunt family's remains. He paused. The Hallows are converging. They always do, Flamel said. That's their nature. They call to each other. And they call to Peveril blood. He pointed at Harry. You. The last living descendant of any Peveril brother. The rings recognized you. The Hallows will find their way to you whether you seek them or not. That's how the old magic works, it doesn't care about politics or strategy or what an 11-year-old wants. It has its own momentum. What do you want me to do about it? Flamel leaned back and spread his hands. I want you to let me destroy the stone. The words dropped into the silence like stones into deep water. Perenelle and I have discussed it, Flamel said. We have enough elixir stored to set our affairs in order. We're old, Harry. Truly old. 6 centuries is enough for anyone, and frankly, the last 100 have been tedious. The stone has served its purpose. If it falls into Voldemort's hands, he gains immortality, real immortality, not whatever patchwork he's currently using to cling to existence. That cannot happen. But if you destroy it, you die. Everyone dies. I'm simply late. Harry felt something constrict in his chest. This ancient man, this living artifact of another era, was asking permission to end his own life to keep a weapon from a monster. It's not my stone, Harry said. I have no right to, it's a Peveril artifact. You're the Peveril heir. You have every right. Legally, morally, and magically. Flamel's voice was gentle. I'm asking because it's proper, Harry. Not because I need permission. Harry looked at Ragnok. The goblin gave the slightest nod. After, Harry said. After whatever happens with Quirrell. After the stone is safe from Voldemort. Then destroy it. Flamel smiled. It transformed his face, the age falling away for a moment, replaced by something youthful and bright and a little bit mad. Your grandfather would have said the same thing. Practical first, philosophical second. One more thing, Harry said. The cloak. You said Dumbledore has it. He does. I want it back. Ragnok spoke for the first time. That may require a delicate approach. Dumbledore believes he is safeguarding it. Dumbledore believes he's safeguarding a lot of things that aren't his. The cloak is a Potter family heirloom. The will, my parents' will, would have passed it to me. It's mine. I suspect, Flamel said thoughtfully, that Albus plans to give it to you himself. At a moment of his choosing. Probably Christmas. He's sentimental about Christmas. Then I'll let him give it to me and I won't tell him I already know what it is. Flamel laughed, a real laugh, warm and cracked. Oh, you're going to be trouble. Wonderful, wonderful trouble. They talked for another 2 hours. Flamel told stories about the Peverils, not the fairy tale but the real history, the family that had walked the boundary between life and death, that had created objects of impossible power not for conquest but for understanding. He spoke of Gringotts as though he'd known him, which, given his age, wasn't impossible. Gringotts was the cleverest of the three, Flamel said. Antioch wanted power. Cadmus wanted to conquer death. Gringotts wanted to understand it. The cloak wasn't about hiding, it was about observation. About moving through the world unseen so you could see it clearly. Harry thought about the cupboard. About years of being invisible. I've had practice, he said. Ragnok walked him to the portkey chamber at midnight. The goblin was quiet for most of the walk, which Harry had learned was unusual. Ragnok was many things, but silent wasn't typically one of them. At the door, Ragnok stopped and turned. Potter. Director. The November session was a victory. The audit is public. Your seats are active. But Lucius Malfoy is not finished. He is a wounded animal, and wounded animals are dangerous. I know. A wounded animal backed into a corner will do one of two things. It will submit, or it will attack with everything it has. Lucius Malfoy does not submit. What do you think he'll do? Something we haven't predicted. That is the nature of desperate men. Ragnok's dark eyes glittered in the torchlight. Watch your back, Potter. And watch the people standing behind you. Harry touched the portkey and felt the world twist, and a moment later he was standing in the cold December air outside Hogwarts, the castle rising above him, its windows dark except for a single light in the topmost tower. Dumbledore's office. Harry looked up at it for a long moment. Then he pulled his cloak tight around him and walked back inside. Christmas morning brought exactly what Flamel had predicted. Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, his first real Christmas presents, and among them, a package wrapped in silvery paper with a note in a handwriting he didn't recognize. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. No signature. Harry unwrapped the package and held up a cloak of fluid, shimmering fabric that seemed to be made of woven moonlight. When he draped it over his arm disappeared. The cloak of invisibility. The third Hallow. Given to him by Dumbledore, as Flamel had predicted, at a moment of the old man's choosing. Harry ran the fabric through his fingers. It was cool and light and felt like water. The Peveril ring pulsed so strongly that his whole hand tingled. Dumbledore thought he was being generous. Thought he was giving a sentimental gift to a boy who'd never had Christmas presents. And he was. It was generous, it was meaningful, and Harry was genuinely moved by it. But he also knew what it was. What it meant. And he understood, with a clarity that felt like the edge of a knife, that Dumbledore never did anything without a reason. The cloak was a gift, but it was also a tool. Dumbledore wanted Harry to use it. To explore. To find things that were hidden. To go to the third floor. Harry folded the cloak carefully and placed it at the bottom of his trunk, underneath the goblin correspondence, the audit report, and the copy of his parents' will. Then he sat on his bed in the empty dormitory, Ron home with his family, the room quiet except for the wind, and looked at the other presents. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, deep green with a golden H. A box of chocolate frogs from Ron. A book on advanced charms theory from Hermione. A terrifyingly detailed report on Wisengamot procedural history from Augusta Longbottom, which was her version of a holiday gift. And a small package from Gringotts, wrapped in black paper with the crossed axes seal. Inside, a pocket watch, silver, with the Potter crest engraved on the back and a note from Ragnok. This was your father's. We found it in the family vault during the audit. It still keeps perfect time. Merry Christmas, Potter. Harry held the watch in his palm. It was warm, the same warmth as the Potter ring, that deep familial heat. The hands moved smoothly, counting seconds that James Potter had once counted. He pressed the watch to his chest and closed his eyes, and for the first time since July, the anger was quiet. Not gone, it would never be entirely gone, but quiet. Underneath it, like bedrock under a storm-tossed sea, was something else. Purpose. He had allies. He had resources. He had 6 Wisengamot seats and a final audit that named every thief who'd touched his family's legacy. He had a cloak that could make him invisible, a pocket watch that connected him to his father, and a plan that was coming together piece by piece. He also had a Dark Lord in a turban, a compromised headmaster, a desperate aristocrat who was about to do something unpredictable, and a godfather rotting in a prison in the middle of the North Sea. Harry put on his father's watch. It fit perfectly. Outside, snow was falling on the Hogwarts grounds, thick, soft, turning the world white and clean and new. Harry watched it through the window and thought about Sirius Black in a cell without windows, and about his mother's handwriting on a will that had been buried for 10 years, and about a very old man who was ready to die so that a monster couldn't live forever. The November session had been the opening salvo. The March session, when the Black trial motion would be heard, would be the real battle. Between now and then, Quirrell would make his move for the stone, Malfoy would make his counter-move against Harry, and Dumbledore would continue playing his long, inscrutable game. Harry buckled his father's watch to his wrist and went downstairs to Christmas dinner, where the professors and the handful of students who'd stayed pulled crackers and ate turkey and pretended, for one day, that the world was simple. It wasn't simple. It was a web of alliances and betrayals and debts that stretched back centuries, and Harry was at the center of it, 11 years old and still growing into his own name. But he had a good hand. And he was learning to play it. The snow kept falling, and Harry ate his Christmas pudding, and somewhere in the North Sea, a man named Sirius Black sat in a dark cell and did not know that the tide was turning. But it was. Chapter 5, The Vote. January was cruel. The kind of cold that crept through stone walls and settled in your bones, that turned the lake to iron and the grounds to a landscape of frozen white. Harry barely noticed. He was running on something hotter than weather, a current of purpose that burned through the winter months like a wire drawn tight between 2 points, the third-floor corridor and the Wisengamot chamber. Both were going to break at the same time. He could feel it. The term resumed and the castle filled back up with students and noise and the comfortable chaos of hundreds of teenagers learning magic. Ron came back from the burrow with a tan from deganoming the garden and a new chess set his brothers had given him for Christmas. Hermione returned with 3 extra books she'd found in a Muggle bookshop on game theory and political strategy, which she'd annotated so heavily the margins were fuller than the text. Neville arrived quiet and steady, with a letter from his grandmother tucked in his pocket that he showed Harry without being asked. The Black hearing is confirmed for March 15th, Amelia Bones is presiding. She has reviewed the unsealed records and she is, to use a phrase unbecoming of my station, furious. The absence of a trial is not ambiguous, it is a grotesque failure of due process, and Bones intends to treat it as such. Malfoy has hired the best solicitor in Britain, Marcus Flint Sr. of Flint, Graves and Associates. They will argue that the wartime emergency powers granted to Crouch authorized summary imprisonment without trial. It is a defensible legal position, but it requires the Wisengamot to endorse the principle that the government can imprison citizens without evidence. In peacetime, with the war 11 years over, that is a difficult argument to make. Prepare yourself. Malfoy is not fighting this because he cares about Sirius Black. He is fighting it because if Black is exonerated, the cascade begins, your guardianship transfers, Dumbledore's authority evaporates, and every decision made on your behalf since 1981 becomes legally questionable. Including the financial ones. Including his. He will fight this like a cornered animal because that is what he is. Augusta. Harry read the letter in the room of requirement, sitting in the conjured armchair that the room always provided when he needed to think. The fire crackled. The room had also provided a chessboard, which Harry found either helpful or presumptuous. March 15th, 7 weeks away. And somewhere between now and then, Quirrell was going to make his move. Harry knew this because the signs were accelerating. Quirrell had stopped pretending to be afraid of his own shadow. The stutter was still there in class, but it had become mechanical, a performance maintained out of habit rather than conviction. His eyes, when they found Harry's across the defense classroom, held a sharpness that the stutter contradicted. And twice in January, Harry had seen Quirrell in corridors near the 3rd floor late at night, visible only because Harry had been wearing the cloak. The first time, Quirrell had been standing outside the locked door, his hand pressed flat against the wood, murmuring in a voice that wasn't his own. Low. Sibilant. A voice that made Harry's scar erupt in white-hot pain so intense he'd had to bite his tongue to keep from crying out. The second time, Quirrell had been arguing with himself. Two voices coming from one body, the stuttering, nervous Quirrell and something else, something cold and imperious and contemptuous. The boy is irrelevant, the cold voice had said. Get the stone. Master, Dumbledore watches what I allow him to watch. The stone, Quirrell. Before the equinox. The equinox. March 20th. 5 days after the Wisengamot hearing. Harry had stood in the darkened corridor with the cloak wrapped around him and the scar screaming and thought, he's given himself a deadline. He told Ron, Hermione, and Neville the next morning, in the room of requirement, with a privacy ward up and the door sealed. Before the equinox, Hermione repeated. That's specific. Why the equinox? Old magic, Neville said unexpectedly. They all looked at him. He flushed but kept going. The equinox is a liminal point, the boundary between seasons. In the old traditions, it's when the barriers between states of being are thinnest. If Voldemort is trying to use the stone to return to a physical body, the equinox would amplify the ritual. How do you know that? Ron asked. Herbology. Professor Sprout talks about planting cycles and magical resonance all the time. Same principles. Harry nodded slowly. So Quirrell has until March 20th. The Wisengamot hearing is March 15th. Both things happen in the same week. You can't be in two places at once, Hermione said. I don't need to be. Augusta handles the Wisengamot. I handle Quirrell. You handle a man possessed by Voldemort, Ron said flatly. You. An 11-year-old. An 11-year-old with friends, a plan, and a cloak of invisibility. Oh, well, if you've got a cloak. Ron. I'm coming with you. That's not a discussion. That's a fact. Me too, Hermione said. And me, Neville said, and the way he said it, quiet, firm, without a tremor, was perhaps the bravest thing Harry had heard all year. Harry looked at them. Ron, loyal and scared and refusing to show it. Hermione, brilliant and terrified and already calculating odds. Neville, who flinched at loud noises and forgot passwords and couldn't cast a proper stunning spell, standing with his shoulders squared like he'd been waiting his whole life for someone to ask. All right, Harry said. Here's what we're going to do. The weeks between January and March passed in a blur of preparation. Harry split his time between 3 streams of activity, and he got very good at functioning on very little sleep. Stream 1, the Wisengamot. Augusta's letters came almost daily now, tracking the political maneuvering with the precision of a war correspondent. Malfoy was working every angle, calling in favors, leaning on debtors, making veiled threats through intermediaries. His solicitor had filed a barrage of procedural motions designed to delay the hearing, each one slightly more creative than the last. Augusta and Amelia Bones swatted them down one by one. The public mood was shifting too. The Daily Prophet, which Harry owned 38% of, a fact he'd quietly leveraged through Ragnok to ensure editorial independence, had been running a series of articles on war-era justice. Not partisan pieces. Just facts, How many prisoners had been sent to Azkaban without trial during the emergency period? How many of those cases had been reviewed afterward? Almost none. How many petitions for appeal had been filed and ignored? The series was generating letters. Lots of letters. Public opinion was turning, and Fudge, who had the political instincts of a weather vane, was turning with it. Stream 2, Quirrell. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville took shifts watching the third-floor corridor under the cloak. It was exhausting work. The cloak could cover 2 people at most, 3 if they scrunched, and they could only manage it on nights when they didn't have early classes. But it yielded results. In February, Quirrell began testing the protections. Harry watched through the cloak on a Tuesday night as Quirrell slipped through the locked door. He'd found a way past it, some spell Harry didn't catch, and the sound of a harp drifted through before the door closed. Music. He was using music to put the dog to sleep. Harry filed that away. Quirrell came back out 40 minutes later, his robes singed and his expression tight. He'd gotten past the dog and at least one other protection, but not all of them. Not yet. The next week, Hermione did something brilliant. She went to Hagrid. Not about the stone, she was too smart for that. She went to ask about magical creatures, specifically 3-headed dogs, specifically where one might find information about their care and handling. Hagrid, who could never resist talking about dangerous animals, told her everything. The dog's name was Fluffy, he'd bought it from a Greek fellow in a pub, and the trick to calming it was music, any music, even humming would do. Hagrid told a stranger in a pub how to get past his own security measure, Hermione reported back, her voice tight with exasperation. That stranger could have been anyone. Could have been Quirrell. Probably was Quirrell, Harry said. Or someone working for him. Hagrid needs to stop talking to strangers in pubs. Hagrid needs a lot of things. A filter is top of the list. They mapped the protections as best they could. The 3-headed dog. Something involving plants. Neville overheard Sprout muttering about Devil's Snare one afternoon and nearly dropped his watering can. A room full of flying keys, according to a hint Flitwick had let slip during a lesson on charm animation. A giant chess set. Ron's eyes lit up at this, that McGonagall had transfigured. A logic puzzle involving potions, which had Snape's fingerprints all over it. And at the end, Dumbledore's protection. The stone itself. Harry didn't know what Dumbledore had done. Nobody did. But whatever it was the last line of defense, and Dumbledore wouldn't have made it easy. Stream 3, Harry's own preparation. He practiced spells every night in the room of requirement, not the curriculum spells, but combat magic. Disarming charms, shield charms, stunning spells, the impediment jinx. He found books in the library's restricted section. The cloak was very useful for late-night research, and taught himself things that weren't in the first-year syllabus. He wasn't powerful enough to face Voldemort in a straight duel, he knew that, wasn't stupid enough to pretend otherwise, but he could be fast. He could be surprising. And he had something Voldemort didn't expect, he wasn't coming alone. February turned to March. The castle grounds began to thaw. The lake unfroze in stages, grey water pushing through the ice like something waking up. The days grew longer. Harry received Ragnok's final pre-hearing briefing on March 10. Potter, all materials are prepared. Augusta has the complete dossier, the parents will naming Pettigrew as secret keeper, the DMLE records showing no trial, the blood ward analysis undermining Dumbledore's guardianship, and a full audit showing the financial consequences of the decisions made in your name. Amelia Bones has agreed to preside. She is bringing 2 Aurors to the hearing as a security precaution. I understand she expects Malfoy's reaction to be volatile. A note on Dumbledore, he has been quiet. Too quiet. He has not publicly opposed the hearing, not filed motions, not spoken to Augusta or Bones. He is either resigned to the outcome or planning something. I do not know which. This concerns me. Final note, Sirius Black has been informed that a hearing is taking place. The Azkaban governor approved a communication from Bones's office. Black's response was a single sentence, about bloody time. Good luck. Ragnok. Harry smiled at the last line. He'd never met Sirius Black. Didn't know what 10 years in Azkaban had done to the man his parents had trusted with their lives. But, about bloody time, sounded like someone who hadn't been broken yet. March 15th, Harry woke before dawn, dressed in the dark, and sat on the edge of his bed with his father's watch in his hands. The second hand ticked steadily. Somewhere in London, Augusta Longbottom was probably already awake, laying out her robes, reviewing her notes, preparing for the fight of the decade. And somewhere in the North Sea, Sirius Black was waiting. Harry went down to breakfast and acted normal. He ate toast. He discussed the charms homework with Hermione. He let Ron beat him at chess, not deliberately. Ron was genuinely better, but Harry wasn't concentrating. His mind was in London. The paired parchment activated at 9 o'clock. Harry was in the room of requirement, alone. He'd skipped history of magic, Binns wouldn't notice, and even if he did, Harry would take the detention gladly. He spread the parchment on the table and watched the words appear. 9 o'clock, session opens. Full attendance. I have not seen the chamber this packed since the Death Eater trials. Fudge presiding, he tried to delegate to an undersecretary but Bones insisted on the full minister. 9:08, Bones presents the case. She is methodical, devastating. She reads the arrest record for Sirius Black, apprehended November 1, 1981, at the scene of an explosion in a Muggle street. 12 Muggles dead. Peter Pettigrew dead, only a finger recovered. Black was laughing when the Aurors arrived. He was taken to Azkaban by order of Bartemius Crouch Sr. No interview. No interrogation. No trial. 9:15, she pauses after reading the record. The silence in the chamber is extraordinary. She says, in 15 years as head of the DMLE, I have never seen a case handled with such complete disregard for the rule of law. Not during the war. Not after it. This is not justice. This is not even vengeance. It is laziness. 9:20, Malfoy's solicitor rises to argue. Marcus Flint Sr. is good, I'll give him that. He argues wartime emergency powers, the overwhelming evidence of Black's guilt. He was the Potter's secret keeper, everyone knew it, and he was found at the scene of a mass murder, and the practical reality that Crouch was processing hundreds of cases simultaneously. He frames the lack of trial as unfortunate but understandable. 9:30, I rise. I present the Potter will. Harry's hands were gripping the edge of the table so hard his knuckles were white. 9:31, I read the relevant passage aloud. Peter Pettigrew, whom we named as our secret keeper on the advice of Sirius Black, effective October 24, 1981. I read it twice. I want every person in the chamber to hear it. 9:32, chaos. Absolute chaos. Fudge is banging his gavel. Malfoy is on his feet. Flint is shouting an objection. I stand in the middle of it and wait. 9:38, Bones restores order. She asks me to confirm the document's provenance. I present the Gringotts certification. The will was retrieved from Ministry archives by Goblin representatives, blood verified, sealed and unaltered since 1981. She accepts it into evidence. 9:40, Flint argues the will is hearsay. Bones overrules him. A will executed 3 days before the testator's death, witnessed by a ministry-certified notary, is a legal document of the highest credibility. Flint knows this. He's objecting for the record. 9:45, Bones asks the critical question, if Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, then Sirius Black did not betray the Potters. If Black did not betray the Potters, the entire premise of his imprisonment collapses. She moves that Black be transported from Azkaban for questioning under Veritaserum. 9:46, Malfoy objects. He argues that transporting a dangerous prisoner is unnecessary, that the will could be forged, that the goblins have a financial interest in the outcome, that Black is a convicted mass murderer regardless of the secret keeper question. 950, I point out that Black is not convicted of anything, because he was never tried. The word, convicted, requires a trial. Malfoy sits down. 955, the motion for Veritaserum questioning passes. 36-10, Fudge votes in favor, he can feel the wind shifting. Black will be transported within the week. 10 o'clock, we break. Harry, the look on Lucius Malfoy's face could curdle milk at 50 paces. He knows what's coming. If Black is cleared, the dominoes start falling, your guardianship, his financial exposure, all of it. 10:15, reconvene. Bones introduces the second item, formal review of the Potter guardianship in light of the will's directives. If Black is exonerated and released, he has prior legal claim to custody per the will. Dumbledore's guardianship terminates automatically. 10:16, Dumbledore speaks. First time today. He says, I have no objection to the review. I have always wished to act in Harry's best interest, and if that interest is best served by reuniting him with his godfather, I welcome it. 10:17, I do not know what to make of this man. Neither did Harry. He stared at the parchment, the words blurring slightly. Dumbledore was yielding again. Stepping aside. Clearing the path. Was it genuine? Was it strategy? Was it guilt? 10:30, final item. I present the Gringotts audit as a formal complaint regarding the management of the Potter estate during the guardianship period. I request that the Wisengamot authorize a full investigation by the DMLE into unauthorized financial transfers. 10:31, Bones accepts the request. She glances at Malfoy as she does so, and her expression is not friendly. 10:35, Malfoy's solicitor files a motion to seal the audit from public record, citing privacy concerns for the individuals named. Bones denies it. The audit is already public record, it was submitted during the November session. 10:40, session adjourns. Total time, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Results, Black to be questioned under Veritaserum. Guardianship under review. Financial investigation authorized. Harry, we did not just win today. We changed the landscape. The ground Malfoy and Fudge have been standing on for 10 years is crumbling beneath their feet. What they do next will be desperate and dangerous. Stay alert. Augusta Harry sat in the room of requirement for a long time after the parchment went still. The fire crackled. The chess pieces on the conjured board sat in their starting positions, waiting for a game that no one was going to play. His godfather was going to be questioned. Under truth serum. If Sirius was innocent, and the will said he was, then within a week, Harry would have a legal guardian who actually wanted him. A godfather. Someone his parents had chosen. The thought was so enormous he couldn't hold it all at once. It kept slipping sideways, rearranging itself, showing him different angles. A family. A home. Someone who'd known his parents, who could tell him stories, who could answer the 1,000 questions that burned in him every night before sleep. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes and breathed. Then he stood up, put the parchment away, and went to find his friends. There was still work to do. The days between the hearing and the equinox tightened like a rope being drawn taut. Harry could feel it, a gathering tension in the castle, in the air, in his scar. Quirrell was becoming visibly agitated, his stutter worsening, his classes growing increasingly erratic. On March 17, he dismissed his 7th years halfway through a lesson and was seen leaving the castle through a side entrance, returning an hour later with mud on his robes and a feverish look in his eyes. On March 18, the news arrived, Sirius Black, questioned under Veritaserum in the presence of Amelia Bones and 2 Wisengamot witnesses, had testified that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. That the switch had been made in secret, at Sirius's suggestion, because Sirius believed he was the obvious target and Pettigrew would be overlooked. That Pettigrew had betrayed the Potters and then staged his own death, killing 12 Muggles to cover his escape. The Wisengamot scheduled an emergency session for March 22 to formally exonerate Black and authorize his release. Harry received the news from Ragnok and read it in the room of requirement with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Nobody spoke for a while. "Your godfather," Neville said softly. "He's really getting out. He's really getting out. That's..." Ron swallowed. "That's massive, Harry." "I know." Hermione was quiet. She was looking at Harry with an expression he'd come to recognize, the one she wore when she was calculating something that had nothing to do with numbers. "Harry," she said. "The equinox is March 20th. The exoneration session is March 22nd. Quirrell's deadline is the equinox." "I know. That's 2 days from now." "I know, Hermione." "Are we ready?" Harry looked at each of them in turn. Ron, who'd been practicing chess strategy every night because he believed, correctly, that he'd have to play for their lives. Hermione, who'd memorized the properties of every plant, potion, and protection they might encounter. Neville, who'd been practicing combat spells with a determination that had startled even Harry, his wand arm steady, his stammer when casting almost entirely gone. "We're ready," Harry said. The evening of March 19th, Harry went to Dumbledore. He hadn't planned to. The plan was to handle it themselves, to get to the stone before Quirrell, to remove it or destroy it, to cut Voldemort off before he could act. But as the evening drew on and the weight of what they were about to do pressed down on him, Harry found himself climbing the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. The door opened before he knocked. It always did. Dumbledore was standing by the window, Fawkes on his shoulder. The Phoenix was singing, a low, quiet melody that seemed to ease the tightness in Harry's chest without his permission. "Harry," Dumbledore said. He didn't look surprised. "I wondered when you'd come. You know about Quirrell?" "I have known for some time." "And you know what he's planning?" "I have my suspicions. He's going for the stone tomorrow night. The equinox. He's been testing the protections for weeks. He knows how to get past the dog, and I think he's worked out most of the others." Dumbledore turned from the window. In the candlelight, he looked every one of his 150 years. "You have been watching him." "Someone had to." The silence stretched. Fawkes stopped singing. The silver instruments whirred. "I should ask," Dumbledore said carefully, "how much you know about the protections." "Three-headed dog, put to sleep with music. Devil's snare, Neville's got that. Flying keys, I'm the best flyer in the school and we both know it. Giant chess set, Ron's the best chess player. Logic puzzle with potions, Hermione. And then whatever you put at the end, which I don't know but I suspect involves the mirror." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "The mirror?" "The mirror of Erist. I found it in December, under the cloak. I know what it does, shows your deepest desire. And I know you moved it. I followed the magical signature." He paused. "I'm guessing you hid the stone inside the mirror. Someone who wants to use the stone can't get it, because the mirror would show them using it, not finding it. But someone who wants to find it without using it would see themselves finding it," Dumbledore finished. The old man sat down heavily in his chair. "You are, without question, the most remarkable 11-year-old I have ever encountered. I'm not here for compliments, Professor. I'm here because tomorrow night, Quirrell is going to try to steal the stone, and Voldemort is going to try to come back, and I'd rather not face that without telling someone. You could let me handle it." "Could I?" Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. "You've known about Quirrell since September. You've had 7 months to act. You've chosen to wait, to watch, to treat this whole thing like an experiment. How many more months were you going to wait?" Dumbledore closed his eyes. "I was waiting for the right moment." "The right moment for what?" To understand the nature of the connection between you and Voldemort. Your scar, Harry. It is not merely a scar. When Voldemort's curse rebounded, it left something in you, a fragment of himself. A connection. That is why your scar hurts when he is near. That is why you can sense his emotions, his presence. I have been studying this connection all year, trying to understand what it means and how it might be used. The word fell between them like a blade. Dumbledore opened his eyes. Protected. Right. Harry's voice was flat. Protected. The way my vaults were protected. The way my parents' will was protected. The way I was protected at the Dursleys. He stood. I didn't come here for your permission, Professor. I came here because if something goes wrong tomorrow night, someone should know what happened. And despite everything, I think you actually care about what happens to me. You just have a terrible way of showing it. He walked to the door. Harry. He stopped. If you go down that trapdoor tomorrow, you will face Voldemort. Not Quirrell, Voldemort. The Wraith, the presence, the intelligence behind the host. He will try to manipulate you. He will offer you things. He will use the mirror against you if he can. I know. The connection in your scar, the fragment, it means that he cannot touch you. Your mother's sacrifice, the love that saved you, it runs through your blood. Physical contact with you will cause him agony. Remember that. Harry turned. You could have told me that months ago. I could have, Dumbledore agreed. I should have. I am telling you now. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Professor. One way or another. He left the office and walked down the spiral staircase into the dark corridor below. His heart was hammering, but his hands were steady. Dumbledore had just given him a weapon, the knowledge that Voldemort couldn't touch him, and whether it was given out of genuine concern or as a final manipulation, it didn't matter. It was useful. Harry would use it. March 20th. The equinox. The day passed in excruciating normalcy. Classes, meals, the rhythms of school life proceeding as if the world weren't about to tilt on its axis. Harry went through the motions. He answered questions in charms. He ate lunch. He played a game of exploding snap with Seamus and Dean that he lost badly because his mind was somewhere else entirely. At dinner, Quirrell wasn't at the staff table. Harry caught Hermione's eye across the Gryffindor table. She'd noticed too. So had Ron. Neville was pale but composed, his hand resting on his wand under the table. Dumbledore's chair was also empty. Harry felt a cold spike of alarm. Dumbledore was gone. Whether by coincidence or design, the most powerful wizard in Britain was absent from the castle on the night Voldemort was making his move. Had Quirrell arranged it? A false message, a diversion, something to draw Dumbledore away? Or had Dumbledore left deliberately, clearing the board, letting events unfold? It didn't matter. The plan didn't change. They gathered in the common room at 11. The last stragglers had gone to bed. Fred and George Weasley were suspiciously absent, probably causing trouble in some distant corridor, but the tower was quiet. Harry pulled out the cloak. Ron had his wand and a grim expression. Hermione had a small bag that she'd enchanted, extension charm, I know it's beyond our year, I don't care, containing potions, bandages, and a copy of 1000 magical herbs and fungi in case Neville needed a reference. Neville had his wand, a knife his uncle had given him, and a look on his face like he'd already decided he wasn't going to be afraid anymore, and the deciding had cost him everything. Everyone knows their part? Harry asked. They nodded. If something goes wrong, if anyone gets hurt or separated, you get out. Don't be a hero. Get out, find a teacher, send for Dumbledore. We're not leaving you down there, Ron said. I'm serious, Ron. So am I. There was nothing to say to that. Harry threw the cloak over himself and Hermione, the two smallest, while Ron and Neville followed close behind, their footsteps muffled by a silencing charm Hermione had placed on their shoes. The castle was dark and still. They moved through corridors lit by distant torchlight, past sleeping portraits and suits of armor that shifted slightly as they passed. The third-floor corridor was empty. The door was unlocked. Harry pushed it open. The room beyond was huge and dark, and the three-headed dog was asleep. All three heads rested on massive paws, 3 sets of jaws hanging open, strings of drool pooling on the stone floor. Beside the dog, a harp was playing itself, the strings plucked by invisible fingers, producing a soft, repetitive melody. "Quirrell's already been through," Harry whispered. The trapdoor was open. A square of blackness in the floor, leading down into nothing. Harry went first. The fall was longer than expected, a rush of cold air and darkness, and he landed on something soft. Not soft. Alive. Tendrils wrapped around his ankles immediately, pulling, tightening. "Devil's snare. Don't move." Neville's voice, sharp and confident, cutting through the darkness as the others landed beside him. "It's Devil's snare, it'll kill you if you struggle. Just relax. It hates light." Hermione was already casting Lumos Solum. A blast of brilliant sunlight erupted from her wand, and the plant recoiled, its tendrils shriveling and retreating. They dropped through onto hard stone. The next chamber was the keys. Hundreds of them, bright, jewel-colored, winged, swarming in the air like a flock of agitated birds. A broomstick leaned against the wall. The door on the far side was locked. "Old-fashioned key," Harry said, studying the lock. "Big, silver, probably with a bent wing, it's already been caught once." He mounted the broom and kicked off. The keys swarmed him, battering his hands and face, and he squinted through the chaos looking for the one that didn't belong. There, larger, silver, one wing crumpled. He dived, snatched it out of the air, and came back down hard. The key struggled in his grip, and he jammed it into the lock and turned. The chest chamber was enormous. Life-sized pieces stood on a marble board that stretched from wall to wall. White pieces on one side, facing them. No way through except across. "This is me," Ron said. His voice had changed, the nervousness gone, replaced by a focus that Harry had only ever seen when Ron was playing chess. "We have to play our way across. Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, you're the castle. Neville, take the king's side knight. I'm the queen's knight." "Ron," Hermione began. "Trust me." They took their positions. Ron raised his hand, and the white pieces moved. The game was brutal. Ron played with a cold, surgical precision that Harry hadn't known he was capable of. He sacrificed pieces without hesitation, stone figures smashing to rubble as white pieces took them, and maneuvered them across the board with a strategy that was 3 moves ahead at every point. But the white pieces were good. Designed to be good. And 20 minutes in, Ron saw something that made his face go pale. "There's only one way," he said. He didn't look at Harry. He was staring at the board with the focus of someone doing mathematics that could kill them. "I have to let her take me." "No," Hermione said. "If I move to G5, the queen takes me, and that opens a path for Harry to checkmate the king. It's the only sequence that works." "Ron, there has to be, there isn't. I've run it 6 times in my head. This is the move." He looked at Harry then, and his eyes were clear. "Go get him. Ron, stop arguing and let me be useful for once." Ron moved. The White Queen turned her marble head, crossed the board with awful slowness, and struck. The blow sent Ron flying, he hit the stone floor 10 feet away and didn't move. "Ron!" Hermione screamed. "He's breathing," Neville said. He'd reached Ron's side faster than Harry would have thought possible, pressing his fingers to Ron's neck. "He's alive. Unconscious." Keep going, Harry said. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. I have to keep going. He stepped to the square Ron had opened and said, checkmate. The White King toppled. The door opened. Hermione grabbed his arm. I'm coming with you. Someone needs to stay with Ron and Neville. Neville can stay with Ron. I'm coming with you. Her chin was set, her eyes blazing. Don't argue. He didn't argue. The potions chamber was Snape's contribution, a table of 7 bottles and a logic puzzle written on parchment. Hermione read it once, read it again, and pointed to the smallest bottle. That one gets you through the fire to the next chamber. There's only enough for one. Then you go back. Take the other bottle, the round one, it'll get you back through. Get Ron and Neville out. Find Dumbledore. Harry, Hermione. Please. She looked at him. Her eyes were bright with tears she was refusing to shed. Then she threw her arms around him and hugged him so hard his ribs creaked. You come back, she said into his shoulder. You come back or I swear I'll find you in whatever afterlife exists and give you a lecture about reckless stupidity that will last until the heat death of the universe. Noted. She let go. She took the round bottle. She walked back through the flames and was gone. Harry drank the small bottle. The potion was ice cold, it ran through him like freezing water, and he stepped through the black flames into the final chamber. Quirrell was there. Not the stuttering teacher. Not the nervous wreck. The man standing in front of the mirror of Eriste was calm, composed, his turban slightly askew, his wand pointed at the mirror with an expression of intense concentration. I was wondering when you'd arrive, Quirrell said. No stutter. The voice was cool and educated, a scholar's voice, and it was the most unsettling thing Harry had ever heard from that mouth. Where's the stone? Harry asked. His wand was in his hand. The Peveril ring was burning against his skin. In the mirror. I can see myself presenting it to my master, but I can't reach it. Dumbledore's final protection, clever, I'll admit. Quirrell turned. Perhaps you can help. I'd rather not. Quirrell smiled. It was a wrong smile, too wide, too knowing, belonging to someone other than the face it sat on. Let me speak to him, said a voice. It came from Quirrell. But it wasn't Quirrell's voice. It was the voice from the corridor, cold, thin, ancient. Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban. The purple fabric fell away in loops, and Harry watched, his scar erupting in pain so intense his vision blurred, as the back of Quirrell's head was revealed. A face. Chalk white, with slitted red eyes and nostrils like a snake. It pressed against the back of Quirrell's skull like something trying to push through from the other side. Harry Potter, said Voldemort. The pain was staggering. Harry stayed on his feet through sheer will, his wand arm shaking, sweat running down his face. We meet again, Voldemort said. I have watched you this year. A resourceful child. You're maneuvering with the goblins, the Wizengamot, the old woman, impressive, for a half-blood raised by muggles. I've been busy. You have. And futilely. Gold and political seats will not protect you from me. Power, real power, is not found in vaults or courtrooms. It is found in magic, and in the will to use it. Is that why you're living on the back of someone's head? Because of all your power? The red eyes narrowed. Quirrell flinched, not at Harry's words, but at the spike of rage that must have pulsed from his passenger. Bring me the boy, Voldemort hissed. Quirrell spun and lunged. His hands reached for Harry's arms, and Harry brought his wand up, Expelliarmus. But Quirrell batted the spell aside and grabbed his wrist. The scream was Quirrell's. He jerked back as if he'd grabbed a hot stove, and Harry saw why. The skin of Quirrell's hand was blistering, smoking, crumbling like burnt paper. Where he'd touched Harry's skin, his flesh was disintegrating. Dumbledore's words, "Physical contact with you will cause him agony." Harry didn't think. He lunged forward and pressed both hands against Quirrell's face. The screaming was horrible, a sound that would live in Harry's nightmares for years, and Quirrell thrashed and writhed, his skin blackening and flaking beneath Harry's palms, and the voice of Voldemort was shrieking, "Kill him! Kill him!" But Quirrell couldn't kill anything, couldn't do anything except burn. The pain in Harry's scar hit a peak, a white-hot supernova that blotted out everything, and he felt himself falling, heard the mirror crack, felt the stone drop into his pocket from somewhere, the mirror, the protection, it had worked, he hadn't wanted to use it, only to keep it from Voldemort, and the mirror had given it to him, and then there was nothing. Darkness. Silence. The faint scent of hospital linen and something sweet, like candy. Harry opened his eyes. White ceiling. Sunlight streaming through a window. The hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey's domain. He was alive. He turned his head. On the bedside table, a pile of sweets, a stack of cards, a copy of the Daily Prophet with a headline he couldn't quite read, and his father's pocket watch, ticking steadily. On the other side of the bed, in a chair pulled close, sat Albus Dumbledore. "Good morning, Harry," the old man said quietly. "You've been asleep for 3 days." Harry's throat was raw. His hands were bandaged. The scar throbbed dully. Quirrell. Dead. When Voldemort's wraith separated from him, Quirrell's body could not survive the damage. Voldemort fled, he is once again without a host, diminished, but not destroyed. The stone. Dumbledore reached into his robe and produced a small, blood-red stone that caught the sunlight and seemed to burn from within. "You had it in your pocket when Severus found you. The mirror's protection worked exactly as I designed it, only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. I want it destroyed." Dumbledore studied him. "Nicholas and I have discussed this. He agrees. I know. I've spoken to him." A pause. The smallest flicker of surprise in those blue eyes. "You have been remarkably busy, Harry. And the Wizengamot? The hearing? Serious?" Dumbledore's expression softened. It was, Harry thought, the first entirely genuine expression he'd ever seen on the man's face. Sirius Black was formally exonerated by emergency session on March 22, while you were unconscious. The vote was unanimous. He was released from Azkaban the same day. He is currently at St. Mungo's, receiving treatment. A pause. He has asked to see you. Repeatedly. With considerable volume. Something broke open in Harry's chest. Not the anger, that was still there, banked and patient. Something else. Something he didn't have a name for. "When can I see him?" "As soon as Madame Pomfrey clears you." Which, knowing Poppy, will be approximately the moment she decides you've eaten enough chocolate to satisfy her professional conscience. Harry almost laughed. Almost. "Professor. The stone. Destroy it today. Don't wait. I will take it to Nicholas this afternoon." "And the audit? The investigation?" "Amelia Bones has opened formal proceedings against Lucius Malfoy for financial fraud, misappropriation of heritage assets, and abuse of political office. He has been suspended from the Wizengamot pending investigation." Dumbledore folded his hands. "He will fight it, of course. He has money and lawyers and friends in low places. But the evidence is overwhelming, and Amelia Bones is not a woman who can be bought or intimidated." Harry lay back against the pillows. The sunlight was warm on his face. His hands hurt, his scar ached, and his body felt like it had been wrung out and hung up to dry. But Sirius was free. The stone would be destroyed. Malfoy was under investigation. And Harry was alive. "Professor," Harry said. "Yes, Harry. What you said about the fragment. The piece of Voldemort in my scar. Is that why he can't truly die? Because pieces of him are, elsewhere? Dumbledore's face went very still. That is a conversation for another day, Harry. When you are older. When you are ready. I was ready for a troll and a chess set and a man with Voldemort on the back of his head. I think I can handle a conversation. Perhaps you can. But I cannot. Not yet. The old man's voice cracked, just slightly, just for a moment. Allow an old man his limits. Harry looked at him for a long time. Dumbledore looked back. And for the first time, Harry saw him clearly, not as a manipulator, not as a chess master, not as a symbol. As a man. Old. Tired. Carrying secrets that weighed more than Harry's entire fortune. Making mistakes because the alternatives were worse. Playing a game he hadn't chosen against an opponent who wouldn't die. Harry didn't forgive him. Not yet. Maybe not ever, not entirely. But he understood him. And that was the beginning of something, even if he couldn't name it. All right, Harry said. Another day. Dumbledore nodded. He stood, and for a moment his hand hovered over Harry's, the bandaged hand of an 11-year-old who just burned Voldemort's host to ash with his bare skin. Then Dumbledore withdrew his hand, gave Harry the smallest of smiles, and walked out of the hospital wing. Fawkes trilled once from the windowsill, a bright, clear note that sounded like courage, and then he too was gone, a flash of scarlet and gold in the morning light. Harry closed his eyes. His father's watch ticked on the bedside table, counting seconds, keeping time. Outside, spring was coming to Hogwarts. Inside, Harry Potter slept, and for the first time in months, he did not dream of locked doors or cold voices or the weight of a world he hadn't asked for. He dreamed of flying. Chapter 6, The Price of Everything. Madame Pomfrey released Harry on a Tuesday morning, for days after he'd woken up, and only after he'd consumed what felt like his own body weight in chocolate and submitted to 17 different diagnostic spells that made his skin tingle and his teeth itch. She unwrapped the bandages from his hands last. The skin beneath was pink and new, tender to the touch but whole. No scars. Whatever his mother's protection had done to Quirrell, it had been kind to Harry in the aftermath. "You're to take it easy," Pomfrey said, in a tone that suggested she knew he wouldn't and was making the statement for the record. "No running, no flying, no dueling, no touching Dark Lords. I'll do my best. See that you do. And eat something other than chocolate, for heaven's sake." Harry walked out of the hospital wing into a corridor flooded with spring sunlight and nearly collided with Ron Weasley, who was sitting on the floor opposite the door with a chess magazine open on his lap and a look of studied casualness that collapsed the instant he saw Harry. "About time," Ron said, scrambling to his feet. "I've been out here since breakfast. Pomfrey kept telling me to go away. I kept not going away. We reached an understanding." Harry grinned. Ron looked fine, a fading bruise on his temple from the chess game, a slight stiffness in the way he held his left arm, but otherwise whole. "How's the head?" "Hard as ever." Hermione's words, not mine. Ron fell into step beside him. "She's in the library." "Obviously." "Neville's in the greenhouses." "Also obviously." "They'll want to see you." "I want to see them too. But first, what did I miss?" Ron's expression shifted into something more complex. "How much do you want?" "Because the last 4 days have been mental." "Everything." Ron talked as they walked. The school knew about Quirrell, not the full truth, but enough. The official story was that Professor Quirrell had attempted to steal a valuable artifact hidden in the school and had been stopped by Dumbledore. Harry's name wasn't mentioned in the official version, but the student gossip network had been working overtime, and by the second day, every student in Hogwarts knew that Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom had gone through the trapdoor and faced down you-know-who. "Neville's a celebrity now," Ron said with a crooked grin. "The Hufflepuffs keep asking him to sign things. He hates it. It's brilliant." And outside Hogwarts? That's where it gets interesting. The Daily Prophet had exploded. Harry's 38% stake in the paper meant the editorial team felt a certain loyalty to accuracy where the Potter name was concerned, and the coverage of the past week had been relentless. The Black exoneration was front-page news for 3 consecutive days. Sirius's story, the wrongful imprisonment, the lack of trial, the decade in Azkaban, had captured the public imagination in a way that dry financial audits couldn't. People were angry. Letters to the editor ran 5-1 against the ministry's handling of the case. Fudge had given a press conference in which he expressed deep personal regret for the administrative oversights of a previous administration and announced the formation of a review committee to examine other war-era cases. Augusta Longbottom had publicly called the review committee a bandage on a severed limb and demanded systemic reform of the DMLE's detention procedures. Amelia Bones had said nothing publicly, which was her way of saying everything. She was too busy actually investigating to waste time at press conferences. And Lucius Malfoy was in trouble. His Gringotts accounts have been frozen, Ron said, with the particular relish of someone whose family had been looked down upon by the Malfoys for generations. Pending investigation. Bones got a Wisengamot order. Dad says the ministry's been in chaos. Half the people who took money from your vaults are scrambling to cover their tracks, and the other half are trying to cut deals before Bones gets to them. Your dad knows about the investigation. Everyone knows. It's the only thing anyone at the ministry is talking about. Dad says even the people in his department, misuse of Muggle artifacts, middle of nowhere, are gossiping about it. They'd reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts motherly concern and avid curiosity. Password? Caput Draconis. Welcome back, dear. You look dreadful. Thanks. The common room was empty, classes were in session, and Harry sank into his favorite armchair by the fire. His body ached in places he hadn't known existed. Ron sat across from him and waited with uncharacteristic patience while Harry processed everything. Ron. Has there been any word from Sirius? Ron nodded. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. This came for you yesterday. Hedwig brought it straight to me since you were still in the hospital wing. I didn't open it. The envelope was battered and slightly damp, as if it had traveled a long way in bad weather. Harry's name was written on the front in a handwriting he'd never seen, bold, slightly shaky, the letters formed with the over-careful precision of someone relearning how to hold a quill. He opened it. Harry, I'm writing this from a bed at St. Mungo's, which is better than where I was writing from a week ago, so I'll take it. The healers say I need rest and nutrition and about 6 months of rehabilitation before I'm fit for public consumption. I told them I'd settle for a hot bath and a steak. We're negotiating. I don't know where to start. I've had 10 years to think about what I'd say to you, and now that I can actually say it, my mind's gone blank. Azkaban does that, takes the things you've been holding on to and makes them slippery, hard to grip. But here's what I've got, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I suggested the switch to Peter and I'm sorry I went after him instead of going to you. Hagrid wanted to give you to me that night, did you know that? He had you in his arms, in the rubble of the house, and I nearly took you. I should have taken you. But I was so angry, so stupid, so sure that if I could just find Peter and make him pay, it would fix something. It didn't fix anything. It got me 10 years in a cell and you 10 years in a cupboard. Dumbledore told me about the Dursleys. About the cupboard. I won't write what I said because the healers are monitoring my correspondence and I think the language would set off some kind of alarm. I'm told you're the reason I'm free. You and the Goblins and the Longbottom woman, who is absolutely terrifying and whom I like enormously. I'm told you found your parents' will, claimed your inheritance, took on the Wisengamot, and faced down Voldemort, all in your first year of school. You're 11. Your father would be bursting with pride and your mother would be furious that you were put in danger. I'm both. I'm your godfather. When I'm well enough, I'm going to do what your parents asked me to do, I'm going to take care of you. If you'll have me. I know you don't know me. I know I'm a stranger who shares a history with people you never got to meet. But I'd very much like to not be a stranger, if you're open to it. Dumbledore says you also own approximately half the wizarding world, which I imagine makes family dinners complicated. Get well soon. I'll get well too. And then we'll figure the rest out together. Serious P.S. I'm also told you're a seeker. Your father was a chaser. We're going to have words about this. Harry read the letter 3 times. By the second time, the words were blurring, and by the third, he'd given up pretending it was because his eyes were tired. Ron had the decency to suddenly find the fireplace very interesting. Harry folded the letter carefully and slipped it into his pocket, next to his father's watch. 2 things now, resting against his chest. The watch that counted time, and the letter that proved time could give things back as well as take them away. I'm going to write back, Harry said. His voice was steady, which surprised him. Course you are. And then I'm going to go see Hermione and Neville. Course you are. And then I think I might eat something that isn't chocolate. Now you're talking. Harry wrote back to Sirius that afternoon, sitting in the room of requirement with a quill that kept shaking in his hand. He didn't try to be strategic. He didn't try to be clever. He wrote the truth, that he wanted a family, that he was scared of wanting it, that he didn't know how to be someone's godson because he'd never been someone's anything. He wrote about the Dursleys without self-pity and about Hogwarts with genuine joy and about the vaults and the seats and the goblins with the matter-of-fact competence that had become his armor. And at the end, he wrote, I'd very much like to not be a stranger too. He sent the letter with Hedwig and went to find his friends. Hermione was in the library, as predicted, surrounded by a fortress of books that reached her eye level. She looked up when Harry sat down across from her, and her face went through about 7 expressions in 2 seconds before settling on something between relief and fury. You slept for 3 days, she said. I know. 3 days, Harry. Do you have any idea what that was like? Sitting in the hospital wing, watching you just lie there, not knowing if you were going to. She stopped. She pressed her lips together. You're an idiot. Probably. A reckless, foolhardy, insufferably brave idiot. That's more words than I usually get. She threw a book at him. He caught it. She burst out laughing, and then she was crying, and then she was doing both at the same time, and Harry came around the table and sat next to her and let her lean against his shoulder until it passed. I burned Voldemort with my bare hands, Harry said quietly. And somehow you're the scary one. Hermione hiccuped a laugh. Don't forget it. Neville was in Greenhouse 3, elbow deep in a pot of something purple and aggressive. He looked up when Harry walked in, and his face split into a grin so wide it transformed him, the round, nervous boy gone entirely, replaced by someone brighter, more solid, more present. Harry. You're out. I'm out. What is that? Venomous tentacula. Professor Sprout's letting me tend it as extra credit. Watch your fingers, it bites. As if to demonstrate, one of the plant's tentacles snapped at Harry's hand. He pulled back just in time. Neville. Thank you. For everything. The devil's snare, the corridor watches, all of it. You were brilliant. Neville went red. I wasn't brilliant. I was terrified. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Neville looked at him for a moment, and something passed between them, an understanding that went deeper than words. They'd walked into the dark together. They'd faced something that most adults would have run from. And they'd come out the other side, not unchanged, but unbroken. Gran wrote to me, Neville said. She said she's proud of me. First time she's ever said it in writing. She usually just implies it through aggressive eye contact. Harry laughed. It felt good, a real laugh, the kind that came from somewhere below the ribs. The days slid toward the end of term, and Harry let them. After months of scheming and planning and running on adrenaline and anxiety, the slowing down was almost painful, like blood returning to a numb limb. He went to classes. He ate meals. He played chess with Ron and lost and didn't mind. He studied with Hermione, who was already preparing for end-of-year exams with the intensity of someone defusing a bomb. He spent afternoons in the greenhouses with Neville, learning the names of plants he'd never heard of and discovering that there was something deeply calming about putting your hands in dirt and making things grow. He was, for the first time in his life, something close to happy. The letters from Gringotts kept coming, but the tone had shifted. Ragnok's correspondence was less urgent now, the crisis had passed, the audit was public, the legal machinery was grinding forward on its own momentum. The updates were procedural, Malfoy's accounts remained frozen, Bones's investigation was expanding to include ministry officials who'd facilitated the unauthorized property management, the Nimbus Racing Broom Company board had been served notice that the Potter stake would be exercising its voting rights at the next shareholders' meeting. One letter, near the end of May, contained a personal note: Potter, the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed on March 23, in the presence of Nicholas Flamel, his wife Perenelle, and myself. Flamel asked me to tell you that he died, his words, on a beautiful morning, with the sun on my face and 665 years of memories to keep me company, which is more than most people get and far more than I deserve. Perenelle passed 3 days later. They are buried together, in a location known only to the Goblins, per their request. Flamel left you something. It is in Vault 1, the Peveril Vault. He said you would know what to do with it when the time came. I do not know what it is. This continues to irritate me. The world is poorer for his absence, though it does not know it yet. Ragnok. Harry read the letter by the lake, sitting on the same stone bench where he'd read the audit report months ago. The water was blue now, not gray, and the giant squid was basking near the surface with the lazy contentment of something that had survived another winter. Nicholas Flamel was dead. 665 years, ended by choice, to keep a weapon out of a monster's hands. Harry had known it was coming, Flamel had been clear-eyed about it, even cheerful, but the reality was different from the knowing. A man who'd walked the earth since the 14th century, who'd seen empires rise and fall, who'd held the secret of immortality in his hands and decided, at the end, that mortality was the point. Harry thought about the Hallows. The Elder Wand, in Dumbledore's possession. The Resurrection Stone, lost somewhere in the Gaunt family's ruins. The cloak, folded at the bottom of Harry's trunk. The power to act, the wisdom to understand, and the means to endure. Flamel had destroyed the means to endure. On purpose. Because enduring wasn't the same as living, and living wasn't the same as living well. Harry pocketed the letter and went to dinner. The end-of-year feast was a spectacle of green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, which Draco Malfoy might have celebrated if his family's name weren't splashed across the profit every other day in connection with financial fraud. As it was, Draco sat at the Slytherin table with the rigid posture of someone holding themselves together by willpower alone, and Harry watched him and felt the complicated tangle of emotions he always felt about Draco Malfoy: contempt for the posturing, pity for the position, and a thread of reluctant recognition that they weren't as different as either of them wanted to believe. Dumbledore stood to address the hall. He awarded last-minute points, to Ron, for the chess game, to Hermione, for logic under fire, to Neville, for standing up to fear, and to Harry, for outstanding courage in the face of extraordinary danger. The points swung the House Cup to Gryffindor, and the hall erupted, and Harry cheered with everyone else while thinking that points and cups were trivial things compared to what had actually happened this year. But trivial things mattered too. They were the connective tissue of normal life, and Harry was learning to value normal life the way a man dying of thirst values water. After the feast, Dumbledore caught Harry's eye across the hall and gave a small nod toward the door. Harry excused himself from the celebration and followed. They walked together through the castle, not to Dumbledore's office, but through corridors and up staircases and out onto the astronomy tower, where the night sky blazed with stars and the air was cool and clean and tasted like the end of something. Dumbledore leaned against the parapet and looked out over the grounds. Harry stood beside him, and for a long time, neither of them spoke. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said. "You owe me several." "I do." He didn't smile. "I have spent the year watching you, Harry, and what I have seen has forced me to confront some uncomfortable truths about myself. I told myself that I was protecting you. That the decisions I made, the Dursleys, the sealed will, the guardianship, were necessary. That the greater good required sacrifices, and that you were young enough to recover from whatever hardships the sacrifice entailed. You were wrong. I was wrong. Not about the danger. Voldemort is real, and the threat to you is real, and there were genuinely limited options for your protection after your parents died. But I was wrong about the execution. I chose the path that gave me the most control, and I called it protection. Your father saw through me. He wrote it in his will. And I sealed the will rather than face the accusation." Harry said nothing. He let the words settle. "I am not going to ask your forgiveness," Dumbledore continued. "I have not earned it, and I suspect I may never fully earn it. But I want you to know that from this point forward, I will not make decisions about your life without your knowledge and consent. You have proven, rather spectacularly, that you are capable of managing your own affairs. I had help. Yes. You chose your allies well. Ragnok, Augusta, your friends. That is a skill in itself, knowing whom to trust and how much." He turned to face Harry. "The fragment of Voldemort in your scar. I said we would discuss it another day. I meant that. I know. I'm not asking tonight. But you will ask. I will. And when I do, I expect the truth. The whole truth. Not the version you think I can handle, the version that's real." Dumbledore studied him. The starlight caught his half-moon spectacles and made them glow. "You've changed this year, Harry. Not just grown, changed. The boy who walked into Gringotts in July was not the boy standing here now. No. He's not. For the better, I think. I think so too." Harry paused. "Professor. Voldemort will try again. Not tomorrow, not next month, but eventually. He's out there, a wraith, a parasite, looking for another host, another path back. And when he comes, it'll be worse than Quirrell. Yes. I need to be ready. Not just politically, I've got the seats and the gold and the allies. Magically. Strategically. I need to understand what I'm fighting and how to fight it." "What are you asking?" "I'm asking you to teach me. Not in a classroom, I've got teachers for that. Teach me the things only you know. The things about Voldemort, about the Hallows, about whatever this connection in my scar means. Treat me like a partner, not a pupil. I've earned that." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The night wind stirred his silver hair. Somewhere below, the lake lapped against the shore. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "You've earned that." They shook on it, the old wizard and the young one, standing on a tower under the stars, and Harry felt something shift between them. Not trust, not yet. But the beginning of it. A foundation laid on honesty instead of secrets, on respect instead of control. It was a start. The Hogwarts Express left on a bright June morning, the platform crowded with students and trunks and owls and the particular chaos of 300 young wizards and witches trying to board a single train. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and they talked about summer plans and second-year classes and whether Snape would be even more horrible next year or if there was a ceiling to his horribleness. Ron argued ceiling. Hermione argued there was no known upper limit. Neville wisely stayed out of it. Halfway through the journey, Harry excused himself and walked down the train corridor to the last compartment, where Draco Malfoy sat alone. Crabbe and Goyle were nowhere in sight. Harry slid the door open. Draco looked up. His face was thinner than it had been in September, the year had worn on him in ways that went beyond the usual first-year stresses, and his eyes held a wariness that hadn't been there when he'd offered his hand on the first night. Potter. Malfoy. Harry sat down uninvited. Draco didn't tell him to leave, which was itself a kind of invitation. "I'm not going to apologize for what happened to your father," Harry said. "He stole from me. He broke the law. He's facing the consequences." Draco's jaw tightened. "He says you're a tool of the Goblins. That they've manipulated you into attacking pureblood families to advance their own. Your father stole 1.4 million galleons from an orphan's vault. That's not Goblin propaganda. That's arithmetic." Draco flinched. For a moment, the mask slipped, and Harry saw what was underneath, not arrogance, not entitlement, but fear. A boy watching his family's world crumble and not knowing how to stop it. "What do you want, Potter?" "Come to gloat. I came to give you a choice." Harry leaned forward. "Your father's going to be convicted. The evidence is overwhelming. When that happens, the Malfoy name is going to take a hit that'll take a generation to recover from. You can go down with him, defend every decision he made, carry his grudges, inherit his enemies. Or you can be something different." "Different how?" "I don't know. That's up to you. But I'm going to be a force in this world, Draco. Not because I want to be, because I am. The seats, the money, the alliances, they're not going away. You can spend the next 6 years fighting me, or you can figure out what you actually believe and build something of your own." Draco stared at him. The train rocked gently. English countryside streamed past the window. "You sound like a politician." "I sound like someone who'd rather not make enemies when he doesn't have to. We're already enemies. We're 11. We can be whatever we decide to be." Harry stood. He extended his hand, the same gesture Draco had made on the first night, in the entrance hall, a lifetime ago. Draco looked at the hand. Something worked behind his gray eyes, pride, anger, calculation, and something smaller and more vulnerable that might have been hope. He didn't take it. "Not yet," Draco said quietly. "I can't. Not yet." Harry lowered his hand. "The offer doesn't expire." He left the compartment and walked back to his friends, and something about the encounter stayed with him, the look on Draco's face, the "not yet" that wasn't a no. It was the most honest thing Draco Malfoy had ever said to him. King's Cross was a wall of noise and emotion, families reuniting, trunks being hauled, owls protesting the indignity of it all. Harry stepped off the train with his trunk and Hedwig's cage and scanned the platform. He saw the Weasleys first, a sea of red hair and warmth. Molly Weasley pulled Ron into a hug that looked like it might crack ribs, and Arthur Weasley shook Harry's hand with a sincerity that made his chest ache. He saw Hermione's parents, two bewildered-looking dentists navigating a magical train station with the careful bravery of people who'd accepted that their daughter's world was very different from theirs. Hermione hugged Harry fiercely before she left, pressing a folded piece of parchment into his hand. "Summer reading list," she said. "I've organized it by subject and priority." "Of course you have. Write to me. Every week. If you don't, I'll assume you're dead and respond accordingly." Noted. He saw Neville leave with Augusta Longbottom, who was exactly as formidable in person as she'd been on paper, tall, thin, wearing a hat that defied several laws of physics, and carrying herself with the ramrod authority of someone who'd been fighting battles since before most of the people on the platform were born. She caught Harry's eye across the crowd and gave him a nod, short, sharp, carrying a weight of respect and alliance that words would have cheapened. Harry nodded back. And then he saw him. A man standing at the end of the platform, apart from the crowd. Thin, painfully thin, the kind of thin that came from years of not enough food and too much despair. Dark hair that hung past his shoulders, streaked with early gray. A face that might once have been handsome and was now gaunt, hollowed, the bones too close to the surface. He wore new robes that didn't quite fit and held himself with the careful stillness of someone who'd spent a long time in a small space and hadn't yet learned that the walls were gone. But his eyes were alive. Gray and bright and burning with something that Harry recognized because he'd felt it himself, the wild, desperate, fragile intensity of someone who'd been given back something they thought was lost forever. Sirius Black looked at Harry across the crowded platform, and Harry looked back, and for a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Sirius smiled. It was a wreck of a smile, cracked, trembling, held together by sheer stubborn will, but it was real, and it was aimed at Harry, and it said everything that the letter hadn't been able to. Harry walked toward him. Then he ran. He didn't remember crossing the platform. Didn't remember dropping his trunk or letting go of Hedwig's cage. He just ran, and Sirius caught him, and his godfather's arms closed around him, and Sirius was shaking, or Harry was shaking, or they both were, and neither of them said anything because there was nothing to say that this didn't say better. "Hey, kid," Sirius whispered. "Hey. You're shorter than I expected. You're thinner than I expected." Sirius laughed, a rough, broken sound, like a machine starting up after years of rust, and pulled back to look at Harry. His eyes were wet. He didn't seem to care. "Your mother's eyes," he said. "Everyone says it, and everyone's right. And my grandfather's walk, apparently." Sirius blinked. "Who told you that?" "Long story. I've got time. First time in 10 years I've had time." Sirius picked up Harry's trunk with one hand, he was stronger than he looked, and Hedwig's cage with the other. "Come on. We've got a house to go to." "Which house?" "Ah." Sirius grinned. It was a shadow of the grin he must have had before Azkaban, but it was growing. "That's the thing. I'm told you own about 40 of them. So I figured we'd start with the one that'll annoy the most people." They walked off the platform together, the escaped prisoner and the boy who'd freed him, and the crowd parted around them, staring, whispering, pointing. Harry didn't notice. For once in his life, he didn't notice. They took a cab to Surrey. Sirius watched London slide past the window with the rapt attention of someone seeing it for the first time, which in a sense he was. The London he remembered was 10 years gone, and the city had moved on without him. Harry watched Sirius watching and felt something settle in his chest, something warm and solid, like a foundation being poured. Privet Drive looked the same as ever. Identical houses, identical lawns, identical lives. Number 4 sat in the middle of the row, aggressively normal, the net curtains drawn. "This is it," Sirius said, looking at the house with an expression somewhere between contempt and heartbreak. "They kept you here. For 10 years. In a cupboard. For most of it." Sirius's jaw worked. His hand went to his wand, a new one, purchased that week, since his old one had been snapped when he was arrested, and for a moment, Harry genuinely thought his godfather was going to hex the house. "Don't," Harry said. "There's a better way." He walked up the front path and rang the doorbell. Footsteps inside, heavy, familiar. The door opened, and Vernon Dursley's purple face appeared, already arranging itself into a scowl. "What do you," Vernon began, and then he saw Sirius, and the scowl collapsed into something closer to terror. Sirius Black looked like the kind of man who'd been to prison and come back meaner. The fact that he actually hadn't was beside the point. "Uncle Vernon," Harry said pleasantly. "This is my godfather, Sirius Black. He's a wizard. He's just been released from prison. And he's here to collect me." Vernon's mouth opened and closed. No sound came out. "I should also mention," Harry continued, reaching into his pocket and producing a folded document that Ragnok had sent him 2 weeks ago, "that as of last month, Gringotts Bank, acting on my behalf, has purchased this property. The house, the land, the garage, and the truly unfortunate garden gnome by the front step. I am now your landlord." He let that sink in. Vernon Dursley, who had spent 10 years telling Harry that he was worthless, that he was a burden, that he should be grateful for the cupboard and the scraps and the hand-me-down clothes, Vernon Dursley stood in the doorway of a house that belonged to his 11-year-old nephew and could not find a single word to say. "I'm not going to evict you," Harry said. "That would be petty. But I am going to set some terms. You will never lock a child in a cupboard again. You will treat anyone who lives under this roof with basic human decency. And if I ever hear that you've mistreated someone, anyone, the way you mistreated me, I will sell this house out from under you so fast your head will spin." He smiled. It was the same smile he'd worn on his first night back from Diagon Alley, not nice, not mean. Just real. "Have a lovely summer, Uncle Vernon." He turned and walked back down the path. Behind him, Vernon made a strangled noise that might have been the beginning of a protest, but Sirius turned and looked at him, just looked, with those grey eyes that had survived 10 years of Azkaban, and the protest died in Vernon's throat like a candle in a hurricane. They walked down Privet Drive together, Harry and Sirius, the June sun warm on their backs, and Sirius didn't ask where they were going because it didn't matter. They were going together, and that was enough. "So," Sirius said, after a while, "you bought their house. Ragnok's idea. He has a vicious streak. I like this goblin. Everyone does. Don't tell him, it'll go to his head." They reached the end of the street. Sirius stopped and turned to Harry, and his face was serious now, the grin gone, the bravado set aside. "Harry. I want you to know something. I'm going to be terrible at this. The Godfather thing. I've been in a cell for 10 years, I've got the emotional range of a damp sponge, and the last time I took care of another living being, it was a motorbike. But I'm going to try. Every day, I'm going to try." Harry looked up at him. "That's all I've ever wanted. Someone who tries." Sirius's face crumbled, just for a second, just a flash of the raw, unbearable emotion that he kept locked behind the jokes and the bravado, and then he pulled himself together and ruffled Harry's hair with a hand that trembled only slightly. "Come on, kid. Let's go home." "Which home?" "Pick one. You've got 40. Harry laughed, and Sirius laughed, and Hedwig hooted from her cage, and the summer stretched before them like an open road, full of unknowns and dangers and the gathering shadow of a dark lord who would return, but also full of this, two people who'd been alone for a very long time, walking side by side in the sunlight, heading somewhere that mattered. Harry felt the rings pulse against his skin, 3 heartbeats, warm and steady. His father's watch ticked against his chest. The letter from Sirius rested in his pocket. And somewhere in London, in a marble hall run by goblins, a file labeled Potter Estate, Phase 2 sat on Ragnok's desk, waiting. The game wasn't over. It was barely past the opening. But for the first time in his life, Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses of Potter, Black, and Peveril, heir of the Old Alliance, owner of half the wizarding world, and a boy who'd just turned 12 next month, was not playing alone. And that, in the end, was worth more than all the gold in Gringotts. The summer sun climbed higher. The road unwound before them. And Harry Potter walked forward into the light.